Oh, cool. You did? You did? Okay. Awesome. Thank you. Welcome.
You know, I'm a little slow with that stuff. Takes
Yeah.
me a second.
Yeah, I get it. Your mic is on if you want to grab it. Did you need water or anything?
I think I'm good right now.
Okay. Welcome back.
Thank you for having me.
Yes. Ask Me Anything with Amber Eggers of Life After Lockup. And this is a special day, a special morning. Here we're in Hawk's Corner on Princess Anne in Maryland. But we're also streaming in YouTube. And so this offers everybody an opportunity, some of your fans around the world, to post their comments, to ask you anything.
Yeah.
And it's an especially special morning because...
The season finale aired last night.
Yep, and now we're able to talk more freely about,
The
whatever.
stuff that I went through this season, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And the things we couldn't talk about last night.
Yes,
So,
yeah.
So, are there any comments you wanted to make about the show, the episode? We don't want to have too many spoilers, but at the same time, anything that you wanted to, things that popped out at you that maybe needed to fill in some blanks, or without spoiling, if that's even possible, or any thoughts or feelings you had about that episode?
Just that, what I just went through in the past few months is like the hardest thing I've ever been through. I felt like it was important to be transparent about it because people do go through these same things. And I do want to say, though, like on the network and production's behalf, like, of course, I said it yesterday, I say it all the time, there's so many couples on these shows, there's only so much allotted time of airing time. So, they didn't have the opportunity to go to every doctor's appointment I went to with you. Even the ones they did, they didn't have time. It wasn't able for them to air all those things. But, I made the post and they reposted it last night about all the things that I did go through, and I think it's important to know that, in the show you only get to see, a whole 30 minutes of my life, and people should remember like there's more than just that.
Yeah, so with the production constrictions, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Just hold tight, y'all. We could get to a little bit more of the details, inner life coming up, give it a little bit of time for you to discuss what has been happening to you more on the socials. So were you going to do that? Were you going to fill in some of the blanks? Or were you going to just let people question your choices and decisions?
I think so. I think that post that I made as soon as it finished airing last night, I think that said a lot. It was a lot of, I did go through a lot, like a lot of doctor's appointments, a lot of specialists. Like I went through all the motions, but there's just not time. The show isn't just about me. So there's not time for them to show every single little thing. So I think that post I did last night was a good start. I think that, between now and next season, I'm sure that, the network will ask me to do podcasts, ask me to do things like this, and I will. And I mean, like I said, I'm completely open about it. I just think that it's so funny that people immediately judge on, what they see in 15 minutes or 10 minutes, opposed to being open-minded to like, damn, maybe this person is a real person and really went through something.
Yes, exactly. And the idea of reality.
Yeah.
And just not, we do kind of err on the side of, well, that's not so realistic when it's reality TV.
Yeah.
But I did like some of the comments are like, well, I've never seen her cry like that before, so I think this was real. and it's hard because of the fact that, well, I know you.
Yeah.
And so I was talking to you on your birthday, and, it was the three of us, your sister, and you and myself, and that was hard. It was really hard because you were in the thick of it.
Yeah.
And so when I saw the airing last night, I was like, that is what I saw. It dialed back a bit because obviously it was just family and on your birthday. So obviously we're going to go into a lot more. It was way more emotional.
Yeah.
But yeah, on that topic of, so you're saying in the show you're having some medical issues.
Yes.
And then people, because you don't have the time to fill in the blanks of exactly what those medical issues were.
All the variables.
Yes. I guess that ends up tweaking certain people who go, well, that must be whatever's in my imagination as far as medical issues go.
Yeah.
Rather than...
people automatically assume it's like always the worst case scenario. You're always the bad guy. Like, that's just how it works. Kind of weird, but it's how it works.
And we did talk about that a little bit last night, the idea that you kind of, ended up coming off of, over these years,
Yeah.
coming off as a little bit of a villain, a little bit of the bad girl, you know, and
Not intentionally, it just happens that way.
yeah. And you are really honest. You're very candid, you know. So, was there anything else from last night's show?
Well, I mean,
Season finale?
Listen, so this is funny. We're watching it, and we couldn't act. You know, you can't stream it. It was live last night, so or on WeTV. So I had to get with Alan, the executive producer. I was like, please send me the link so I can watch it. He sends it. So we're watching it. We're casting it to the TV, and out of nowhere, I told her, I was like, oh, hell no. I was like, I can't believe they just did that to me. And she's like, oh my God, are you okay? I'm like, no, you're not understanding. I was like, I've been in a little half shirt this whole season because you only see chest up. I said, I've gained all the 40 pounds, and now the half shirt is like not even a half shirt. And I get upset and get up and walk away, and they just showed my whole belly hanging out. And she was like, that's not what I thought you meant. I was like, I'm mad about that.
Right. That was your big takeaway.
Yeah, I was like, no way.
I was not expecting you to say that at all. Because we've been talking back and forth and about a lot of, can you talk now about a lot of the behind the scenes things that were happening that
that's like I got with him, I made the post, like all those things are okay, like all the extra things that I did, doctor's appointments, specialists, like all that stuff that I did that, you know, they didn't have time to air all that stuff. I can't talk about that now because it's all everything that, you know, the truth is out there,
and that they're offering you the opportunity for some help.
So like going through all this, I don't know, like anybody that's watched the show can see that I even say in the show, I was like, I feel like I'm losing my mind. And I you know, like for real, like I'm going through things like mental health wise, like bad. Like this is the hardest thing I've ever went through. And, you know, I reach out to them. Well, they had been reaching out to me, checking on me, making sure I'm okay. And I do want to add too, though, that this is how great, like, yeah, you know, the show is based on like reality. They want to get all the good stuff in your life, whatever. But when this happened, and I had reached out to production about it, and then they reached out to the network. The first thing is like, do you want to show this? You know, they didn't like push me on it. They were like totally supportive. They've had my back. They've been there for me. And then, of course, I had to talk to TC. You know, he's already heartbroken about it. This is like a bad situation, rough situation for us. And I went. Alan spoke to me directly and was like, are you sure this is what you want to do? We fully support you. Either way, we got you. And like TC said, yeah, tell the truth. So we decided to do it. And then all that, like, they're checking on me. They're doing, you know, they're trying to make sure that I'm okay. And through all this, like, as I'm kind of losing it and getting emotional, I had talked to Alan a couple of times and was like, I'm losing my mind. This ain't going to be good. Like, I'm in mental health right now. This is not good. And I reached out to him the other day and told him that I was upset still. And, you know, this is hard. This is not something you just get over overnight. And he was like, you know, I want to, let me talk to somebody. Let me talk to the bosses. And they got back and like, they're like, you know, we feel like you might need therapy. We want to help you through therapy. We want to help you get through this the best way that we can. And, you know, how many bosses do you have say, hey, you know what I mean? I want to help you. I want to make sure you're okay. This isn't about a TV show. This isn't about money. This isn't about exploiting you. This is about, we want to make sure Amber's okay and can get through this the best way possible. And we're here to have your back.
Yeah, and
that says a lot.
Yeah, it does. And offering to give you counseling, you know, just pay for it. That's
they're like, we want to make
not
sure you
part
get
of a
therapy.
benefit package. You know, we're just going to pay for this.
They want to make sure that like I'm okay, and that says a lot. That means a lot.
Absolutely.
You know?
It was really interesting to me during the show, and once again, we're trying to avoid spoilers, but that I know that they didn't have the time, but one of the most fascinating aspects of your health issue was that there's legalities around it. And because this is life after lockup, I thought that maybe they would spend a little more time on that aspect of it. Did you get any filming around that, or was it that you just didn't talk about it?
No, I just don't have any interest in it.
Very little.
I just don't have any interest in all that. Like, I don't have, you know, like politics.
Because it is
politics
political.
are not my thing. You know what I mean? I can't vote. I don't know anything. I don't know enough about politics to have too much of an opinion. But I know that I feel like, you know, women should have rights. That's a, you know, obvious kicker. I've seen a couple people made comments about, somebody made a comment specifically on one of the network's posts that saying that that I had lied about, like when I've seen that final doctor and I made the decision, That was a Friday. I called on Monday to make the appointment. They said in the state of Georgia, it just became, no, I called on Tuesday because my final appointment was Monday. Called on Tuesday. They said they just changed the law yesterday in Georgia.
That. Yeah.
And I was like, well, what do I need to do? Where do I need to go? I was like, well, wait a minute. I was like, a doctor has suggested this for me. Shouldn't that make a difference? And they said specifically, because law has just changed, there's no, you know what I mean? We don't have any suggestions or wiggle room on this yet.
Right. So they don't have the infrastructure or the facilities or the regulations. None of it's in place yet.
There's no specifics other than you just can't do this here right now.
Right. I get that.
So I was like, okay, and they told me where to go, and I went there, but somebody in a post said specifically, Amber's lying, you could do it in this state till 16 weeks, and I was way before 16 weeks, like way before it when it happened. It just was funny to me that they're like, they see one little clip and they're like, oh my God, this is all a lie, this is on her and the network and all this stuff, but it was the truth, like that wasn't put on, like that's actually what was happening, and in the middle of it happening, not only is it just the truth I'm trying to put out there, I'm like, losing my mind about it. Like it's this, you know what I mean? It just was put like, it was like harder things on top of harder things to, you know what I mean, handle this situation.
Yeah, and you're getting your reality challenged.
Yeah.
Like literally yours, not the show. Not,
No, like my real life. These are like things like in my real life. I'm like, oh my God. And I mean, it's probably a good thing, to be honest, that this show isn't just about me, that they don't have time to be there and get every single little move that in this whole situation, this one specifically, because I for real was losing it. Like it was very hard for me. It was hard on TC. I'm sure I was making it harder on him. Like it was hard, and I can only imagine like the stress of if they were trying to like capture every little thing in the midst of going through this. It probably would have been 10 times harder.
Yeah, it would break you.
Yeah, it would have been 10 times
harder. Because I knew that you were struggling with your mental health at that point, but they, that you feel comfortable sharing with the executive producer everything that you shared beyond the actual events that, your health events that were happening and past health events.
Yeah.
So, have you talked to Alan recently about any of these, what they've offered? I know that they're offering support.
In the past couple of days.
Oh, yeah. And so he's been staying in regular contact.
Yeah, they want to make sure that like, I'm okay. Like, they want to make sure that this, they just have my back. They want to make sure I'm okay. They support the fact that I was transparent and I'm willing to tell my truth. Everybody isn't willing to do that. And that means something to me, that they're, supportive, know it, that I'm going through this stuff.
But you made a really good point, and that was something that we wanted to talk about and ended up not talking about yesterday. Dean Stevenson had been referencing a lot of issues in history that students didn't know about.
Yeah.
And then that students don't voice their, they're not as activists as they have been, and that they're not, voting with their conscience necessarily, or just not voting.
Or just not, yeah.
And you bring up the point that some people, you lose your rights.
Yeah, I can't vote. I mean, as of right now, I can't.
So your activism, if you're going to do it, has to be on the show. That's one way of you accomplishing it. And then reacting to people who are making a political statement, perhaps, on your social media accounts.
Not just mine, on the networks. Like the people are saying, like, just in the past few days, they're saying a lot of things that are just odd to me, because I feel like I don't understand how, and I said it in the show when we pulled up to the clinic and the people are outside and talking about how, you're so wrong for everything, whatever. And it didn't even show like everything that was said in the moment, but by me, but it bothers me. Like, it's okay to like believe in something and to like, be an activist about it and let people know, that I'm passionate about this, but it's not okay to judge people on their decisions when you don't know the full details. That's not okay.
See, and
there's a big difference, and you know what I mean? Wanting to like support something and be passionate about it, and judging people and taking out the fact that you believe this and you don't know their circumstances on them. That's not fair. You know what I mean? Well, God's the only one that can judge any of us.
And you said that on the show.
I said that on the show.
Yeah.
I was like, you're so passionate about this one cause, but you're judging all these people and don't even know their circumstances. That's not fair either.
And that's why this is really good for the social media and the media and community aspect of things. That's what we see over and over again across every single one of the platforms.
Yeah.
There is a reluctance to try and probe and dig a little bit deeper and maybe just ask you.
Yeah.
Because they're there on your social.
I mean,
They're there in your social med just making a comment.
Making comments,
they could ask a question.
Instead of
and then,
assuming.
Yeah, and ask a question of the network. And ask a question of your friends in the group.
Yeah.
It was really great that this is one of the good things about social media then is that you had people come to your defense.
Yeah, people that I don't even know. Like, I do interact with a lot of fans, but, ones that have never even reached out to me other than, like, one little supportive comment that I might heart or like they're automatically like, that's not fair. Why would you see somebody going through something raw and real, why would you treat them that way? And, like, it's automatic defense. Like, you're talking about comments within minutes of each other.
Yeah, it was kind of nuts after so it was the season finale, and she's pulling up because her sister had sent one of the negative comments.
I was like, how is the first comment she sees negative? That's what I said.
Right, and there weren't that many.
There really weren't that many.
So then Amber is checking hers, and it's just like pulling her up, trying to make her go to the most recent comment.
I couldn't even
read them. That's how quickly, they were just going boom, 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 and most of them were in your defense.
Yeah, most of them were either positive or in my defense.
Mm-hmm. And then, so what do you usually do after an episode? Is that what I saw last night? Is that common? Do you go to social med, or do you?
Well, I don't. Like, last night there was a specific reason for me to go. You know what I mean? Like, right away, just to see. You know what I mean? I had to make my statement. You know what I mean? Like, just to verify that it was more than what they had opportunity to show. But no, normally it's not right after the show. Like, I go on there normally to be a couple days later. People start tagging me and things. I look at them. I'll comment. Stuff like that. But last night it was like excessive. It was like brrr, it was a lot. It was a lot.
And then it was like 100 or so.
Yeah,
by
it was like 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then that was just for you, but then on the network it was amplified even more. So basically, I wanted to check real quick and see if we had any questions online.
Okay.
Are there any questions in the room before we? Not yet. Okay. So let me check real quick. Is there any other statements that you wanted to make while I check this?
No, I want to say that I'm really happy with the fact that me being so transparent, there's so many people that are supportive of just me going through things. I mean, I even seen there were multiple comments where people they were like, I'm pro-life and me and my husband both are, and we watched it tonight, and you've opened our eyes to things that we hadn't thought about before. My beliefs are still the same, but we pray for you and we support you. That's a lot for somebody to see somebody get real and raw and show their, be transparent, and instead of being like, oh, I'm going to be judgmental, they want to be like, oh my gosh, people really do go through things. Maybe I should, reconsider. Like, that's a big thing.
Yeah, and we were talking about last night about the fact that you're able to give back, and that is one of those odd moments that you're giving back that you didn't expect to impact someone like that.
I wasn't at all. No, I was just thinking like this. Some people are going to be like, thank God somebody else has went through what I went through, and they're willing to talk about it. And then most people are going to be like, what have you done? Blah, 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 blah. That's because a lot of people do that.
Yeah,
a lot of people do that.
Yeah. And then, so in social media, that is the amplification of what people generally do. So that this human instincts to just immediately jump to conclusions, because our brain is designed for efficiency.
Yeah.
And that's why we have some of these things like racism or whatever, because we're going to judge immediately, just a quick reflexive judgment. But it's great if someone can, and it's hampered even more when you're in that environment where you can just, whereas opposed to just taking a beat, take a breath, relax and try to think before posting.
But that's funny that you said that. So I don't know, like in different recovery, like I told you, I was in the RSAT, like, almost any recovery program that you go through, whether it's just classes, AA, anything. One thing that they like firmly believe in and teach is that once you've been an addict and you're getting your mind out of that mindset, first thought's usually wrong. First thought wrong. Which means take a step back, think about, for before you react, you know what I mean? Like, for real, like all those people that judge immediately, and like usually that first thought when it's something negative coming out of your mouth or you're about to take a negative action based on something, that first thought's usually wrong. You know what I
That's
mean?
awesome. That's really great
really
to share
is.
and remind people of.
It really is. I mean, that goes for me, that goes for anybody, but it's specifically with people that, like, with addictive personalities that are trying to get their lives together, or trying to, you know, like, retrain their minds to go in a better, positive, progressive direction. If you always think about that, first thought's wrong, that means you're not making hasty decisions. You're thinking about what you're going to say or what you're going to do before you know what I mean? That's like a lot of that negative thing. That's my first thought. These people they just want something to judge on. You know, and a lot of people too, I think, like, maybe, you know, you don't know what's going on in these people's lives. You don't know. Maybe they're miserable. Maybe they're depressed. Maybe there's something. So they see, oh, you know, God, this bad situation, instead of wanting to, like, you know, like, oh, she deserves a prayer, or oh, maybe she needs, you know, words of encouragement. They're thinking, well, I'm miserable. Let me put some negative shit out here too. A lot of people are like that.
Yeah, and that's where that kind of does lead into the question of why wouldn't you just take a beat? You don't have to, like, immediately do it. It's different if you're in a room with someone and you're having an emotional reaction to something. It's way harder to be like, I'm just going to shut it down for a minute and not react.
It's immediate. You're right there.
You're right there. If we're having a conversation and I'm like, you know, then that takes some serious reflection and discipline to just stop myself. But on here, it should be, I can just, an email, I like to use schedule send, you know, so that I have a chance to go back and edit it and, you know, give myself time. But it's so strange to me that,
people get so, like, they know. Like, they know the truth. They know matter of fact. They know. I don't know if I told you the other day, somebody made a post about me about, you know, I mentioned I have liver issues, right? So all these people are, like, assuming all these things. You know, I was a drug addict for a long time, drug dealer, drug addict. Somebody made a post the other day and they said in the post, and it was a bunch of it was in caps, that I admitted specifically that I had been, like, a heroin addict, heroin dealer. I was an intravenous drug user. They said all this in one long post. A lot of it was in caps. They said something about when you use dirty needles, you're gonna get Hep C. That's what's wrong with me. All these things. And I was like, I kind of read it, and I had to read it again. I kind of chuckled. And I called Mom. I was like, listen to this. And I read it to her. She laughed. And I just responded. I said, well, first of all, I said I was a meth addict and a meth dealer. I said I've never, used intravenous drugs in my life. And then underneath it was another comment about me gaining 75 pounds. This is all the same thing. So then I said, I commented on that. I said, but I said I've never been I've never shot up or intravenous drugs, none of that. I said, but this is what I have done, and I left that alone. And then after the 75 pounds one, I was like, well, actually, I said, to be specific, I've gained 40 pounds, but stay tuned. And then the lady after, and I said, LOL, the lady afterwards, she could tell she felt bad. She was like, ooh, Ish, I'm so sorry. And I was like, no, I wasn't saying that to be mean. I was just, you know what I mean? Sometimes if you lighten the load, it won't, all that negative stuff, it just slows it down. You know what I mean? It's just easier that way. You know?
Yeah. So you didn't go on the attack of her?
No, I
not
was
at
just
all.
like, wait a
You're
minute,
just, I'm going to state some facts.
Yeah, I'm going to actually tell you, and if you actually go back and look at all the things, because I've admitted, I've been transparent about my drug use, all my stuff from the beginning. So if you really go back and look, you can tell when people make comments like that, they've been like a season and a half in, miss episodes, you know, stuff like that. But yeah, I just said, you know, if you go back, you can see all the specifics because we talk about it every season. You know. Yeah,
and that's why I was kind of shocked. Like, who said what now?
Yeah, I was like.
I mean, it's kind of unfair too that I've known you my whole life, your whole life, and so it's like I was like. Nobody in our family of all the horrible things.
Yeah, I know. Nobody's done that. Nobody's done any of those things. So
we have not covered that ground.
No, I literally called Mom, and she's like, it was evening time. She's half asleep. I'm like, hey, I got to redo this real quick. And she was like, what? And I just started laughing, and she just started laughing. I was like, I'm going to make one comment. I was like, don't you go on there and comment. I'm going to make one and leave it alone.
Well, and that's the thing is that on social media, I think there's been research and different studies that have been done on the idea of how it impacts your brain, and especially younger people. I don't know how, it's almost impossible unless they volunteer it and you can verify someone's age.
Yeah, good point.
But there seems to be an inclination now because of the parasocial and because of the interactions and because so much of what would be called in the past news is now opinion. Yeah. We've all become quote unquote experts, you know, and there's the citizen journalist. And some of that can be really good because like Black Lives Matter rise out of that. And
a lot of some of it can be really informative when it's factual.
Actual facts. Yes,
Factual, yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
And that's where we have to be careful of how do we verify facts? How do we, what are the sources?
Yeah.
And that was what Dean Stevenson has been talking about. Well, how many people do know about what's happening in Iran and Tehran, and with the women that are protesting because there was a woman who just wasn't wearing her scarf the right way.
Yeah.
And the morality police, a real thing in there. Like, it seems like so sci-fi fantasy, like the morality piece. It's like George Orwell, 1984 kind of stuff. And people in America, we struggle sometimes with our democracy. And after the Arab Spring over there, even though it's not Arabia, it's Persia. But it's difficult to maintain any kind of momentum toward a democracy, and then to keep a democracy, even though it's been hundreds of years, that can be difficult. But then you find that in social media, some of it's undone, but some of it's solidified. It's so odd. I mean, how do you navigate that?
Like we were talking about the difference in, like, you see things, people see things on social media. I think especially like younger people. I think it's weird. I think it's like younger people and like much older people, because like our grandparents, even great grandparents, they're like, show me how to use this phone. I want to get on, do what you're doing. So they're just doing the basics. But I think for those much older people that really are just learning, just trying to do the basics, and the younger people, it's harder for them to decipher, like, this is fact, all this stuff is opinion, opposed to, the people that have been doing this for a while that are educated about it. Or even, I'm not very educated about it, but I do know how to decipher. Like, I'll call you and be like, what is this? Tell me, what do I need to do to figure this out? Do I not? Because I know you know about it. But I think it's like you said, it's hard to decipher sometimes, especially for younger people, like what's fact and what to run with.
Yeah, and we try to teach media literacy because that's what that's all about. Media literacy would be understanding how computer and technology is the two messaging sources of politics and social.
Yeah.
So in these different cultural issues can end up getting buried behind opinion. So that, how do we know when this is a real source? How do we know that this is an actual web page? And
opposed to something that's just been put out to show opinion.
Yeah, and with the bots. So bots driving, the supposed opinions. So right now, you said your Facebook was full. Do you often go to Facebook? Do you use it?
I mean, I do. Listen, I'm just not really good with this stuff. I'm trying to get better. I'm trying to do better. It's hard. It is.
It's a lot of work.
It is. But my Facebook is, when I first started it, it was a fan page, so I just added everybody. I'd add people I know, but it's full. Like, I can't add it. I have to delete people to add people. Of course, my Instagram, it's easier for me to, like, post something on my Instagram, slide over the little things that post to my Facebook, post to the Twitter. I don't even know how to use. I have a Twitter. I don't even know how to use it. I have no idea.
You can't.
I was just suggested to have it, so when I post things on Instagram, it just goes to everywhere, which makes my life easier. But I'm like super slow with this stuff. I'm trying, but it's hard for me. I'm just not really good at that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and it is. It's a full-time job. Yeah. I mean, because the fact that it's not just the posting, you have to actually comment and reshare, and so it does, unless it is fully automated, and then that's weird because then it's making comments that aren't necessarily relevant.
I don't even know. I don't have. That's one thing I don't on none of my stuff. I don't have any automated comments. As a matter of fact, I don't even know how to turn that on, which is I wouldn't, because that that's I can only imagine what it would respond to things that people say. That could probably be very bad for business for me.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Chatbots and
that could be very bad. So yeah, I don't have none of that.
That's hilarious. So what about last night's show stood out to you that you can talk about? I'm gonna look for questions again.
I just think that the network and production did the best thing that they could do to show my story in the allotted amount of time that they had to show it. I really appreciative that they're super supportive on everything that I just went through. I can only imagine. I know that I would be really bothered by the fact if they weren't supportive, if they didn't want to, be there for me. And this was all just about, let's get your life out of the show. And it's not about that. at this point. And they already made me feel like seasons before that they really do have my back, like what's really going on in my life, and even the things we're not showing, they've showed me it's important to them that I'm doing well and that if I need them, that they're there. But this specific situation, like I said it on the show, I said it yesterday, it's the hardest thing I've ever been through in my life. And they've really showed me like, if I need them, they're there. And it's not just about what are we going to show that we're going to get on the show and we're going to make some money on. How are we going to exploit you? It wasn't like that. It's more like, they're supporting. They wanted to make sure I was okay with being transparent about it. When I said I am, they're like, "Are you sure?" And they actually care about the things I'm going through in the midst of doing all this, and not just me. TC also. And that's a big deal.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a big deal to me. It really is.
Well, it's a big deal,
Yeah,
period. I mean,
is.
like all the support that they're offering that goes beyond, like what you would expect, especially given that it's a network.
Yeah.
You're more like freelance. You're more like a contractor.
Exactly.
They don't have to do.
Yeah, they don't have to do
just
anything.
literally,
Exactly right.
they didn't have to ask you.
You're right,
as
yeah.
per your contract, which that can get complicated. Can
Yeah.
you talk about the contract? Like moving forward, can you talk about like some of the things we couldn't talk about last night? It was like, oh well, next season.
I mean, all I can really say about that is we will be continuing to next season.
Okay,
we have already started. We're going into next season already. You can
you-
count on having us next season.
You heard it here.
Yeah.
Yep, Amber is definitely moving forward, and I kind of was alluding to that last night.
I mean, maybe I shouldn't be saying that. I don't know, but nobody told me not to. Normally, I'm really good with what I can and can't, but I mean, we will be returning.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, because I was saying last night, I was like,
Yeah,
oh, you're the longest
now that-
running, and I was like, whoops.
I mean, maybe I shouldn't be saying that. I don't know. I mean, I will know after this. I'll know by the end of the night if I'm in trouble. I know that. Okay.
Yeah.
But I'm usually pretty good
But
about
you
these
signed
things.
a contract.
Yeah,
So it was like,
I'm
unless
usually-
they said in the contract.
I'm usually pretty good about, you know what I mean? Like they know. I stay on my P's and Q's and.
And there's no questions yet online, but is there any questions in the room so far? Not quite yet. We might get around to that in a second. I have plenty of questions.
To a question.
Okay.
I'll probably start as a comment, and maybe somewhere in there I'll have a question for you. This is a really fascinating conversation.
Okay.
First of all, I love the dynamic between you two. It is so clearly loving. And
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
That is just so wonderful to see because usually when you see interviews like this, like you don't get a sense of the personal. So I'm really loving that aspect of it.
Thank you.
I wish more people would do this. But I'm also so curious about, you've touched on the ways that the show has sort of restricted some things that you can say until after the episode airs.
Yes.
And you mentioned last night that, that this is your life, so it's really hard to sort of bring yourself in when it's like, oh my gosh, this thing just happened to me, I want to talk about it, but I can't.
Yeah.
That's going to be, the ratings for the next show.
Yes.
And I'm curious about other ways, and I love hearing that you're saying that the show is really concerned for you.
Yes, they're really supportive of me. Yeah.
And you don't hear that.
You don't.
about reality shows.
No.
Like really, they get a bad rap. So I'm curious about what other positive things have happened because of the show.
So, like I've said yesterday, and I say this all the time, like the main thing for me is the giving back. Like people feel like they can reach out to me directly because they need help or advice or even just a positive feedback. But I have done X, Y, and Z because I seen you could do it. I heard that you did this, so now I'm trying and it's working for me. I'm getting sober, or I was able to find a job, or stuff like that. That's always that's the most immediate thing because those things happen on a daily basis. But like as far as, I've went through like little things in all these seasons that were traumatic or that did hurt or that were hard and and I've done lots of good things too. Like not even just on the show, like in my day-to-day life, but because it's going to be on the show, I have to wait to post. Can't post things. You can't give away things that are, you want people to be like, oh, wow, when it comes out. So, that's a little, I mean, I've grown very I'm like a pro at that now at this point. I kind of know what I can. And if I have a question, I'll just call and be like, hey, can I put this out there? Like, what's up? And they're there for me. They tell me, but this specific situation being so hard, I'm not exaggerating when I say this is the hardest thing I've ever been through in my life. And I think part of the reason that it's also so hard is because when I've been in really hard, traumatic situations when I was younger, even into my preteens, I was on drugs all the time. So I didn't have to feel those things. I didn't have to deal with them on a day-to-day basis directly like I have with this. And now that the situation's different and I am going through this traumatic situation, they're there for me. Like, I don't know how to, like, it's kind of, I know it sounds crazy, but it's almost like family. Like, they're checking on me. Hey, are you okay? Hey, do you need anything? Hey, how do you feel about, like the filming or what we're putting out there? Like, they actually care about and support the fact that I'm willing to be transparent, and they want to make sure that they're doing as much as they can to make this as positive impact, showing people actually do go through these things,
And you are really good at that. You were shutting me down all a bunch of times last night. You're like, whoa, 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 pump the brakes. And I did ask the question earlier, but I knew, and it wasn't meant to be a trick question, but I wanted you to tell other people how often Alan reaches out to you, the executive producer, because I had no idea. I was, since you've been here multiple times.
Yeah.
He reaches out and we support you. We like just little things.
Yeah.
Definitely things that you would expect from a family member.
Yeah.
And I do think that there are different types to Dr. Craven's question and comment, there are different types of reality shows, and they're not all of the same caliber.
Yeah.
And they get lumped in together. And so
I think what you're trying to say, some of them do get a bad rap, but in this specific situation, in my experience, like, that's not fair here, because they actually, they do want, they want to see the exciting things going on in your life. Like, we don't have, I mentioned this yesterday, I say it all the time, like, this isn't a reality TV show where they just put cameras in your house and for 6 months out of the year they film you. It doesn't work that way. They want to know, hey, what's the highlights going on in your life? We want to capture the best stuff. You know what I mean? They come out, and we figure it out, and then we do that. But it's just crazy how, like, in all these seasons, they treat me like family. They treat us all like family. They don't want to just capture the bad stuff, the drama. No, I mean, if you come onto the show and this is what I want to give you, this is what I want to do, they're not going to be like, oh no. They're not going to be like that either. Right. You know what I'm saying? But they, you know what I mean? Like, the positive things, the hard things, they want to show them as, as much as reality is what they have the opportunity to capture and show. And to me, that's a lot. That says a lot.
Yeah. And that idea of the parasocial, it drives that. It drives people to you the more authentic you are.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's why, we were talking earlier about why you might be one of the more popular, even if it's in the villain, the role of the villain. But you did say, you were telling me the other day about an event that you did that was very helpful, but it was very nerve-wracking as well. What can you tell the audience about that?
So my friend has this. It's called March Against Meth. You've seen me, I've wore the shirts on the show. That's my friend's deal. But she does, they're called Freedom Fest, and basically she gets people that like to come speak, share their story. It's like a big deal. Like, it's cool. So I did that not that long ago for the first time. She asked me to do it, and I was like, at first I was like, yeah, sure. And then we're getting closer and closer to it, and I'm still going through all this baby thing, all at the same time, right? And I'm like, it's getting closer to it, and me and her, my friend Destiny G is her name. Her sister Tamala is my close friend, and I was like, we're going to have to discuss this, or whatever before I go up there, so I'm going to make little notes or something. I was like, I'm a little nervous about this public speaking thing. So then I'm still like going through all the motions, doing all my stuff, and Tamala calls me one day and she's like, hey, you ready to, let's have a little, 30-minute convo, write down which, because I told her, I was like, I don't want to get up there and be like rambling. I want to make my good points and give them what I need to give and be done. So we start writing. I made my little notes on it. It was like the back of a birthday card or like a love card, something, but it was just not the card, but like the envelope, like a yellow envelope. So I have my PowerPoints. So then as we're getting closer, I'm like, whoa, I'm really getting nervous about this. I'm literally like, I'm in the chair telling TC, I'm like, this is a little nerve wracking. So then the day of, I'm like, I had a hoodie. It was like cold that morning. I have a hoodie on. I'm like, I'm taking off the hoodie in the truck. I'm like, with my little, he's like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm sweating. I'm nervous. I went up there and I had to bring my little notes up there. But I mean, felt good at the end to like be able to get my story there and tell it. But sometimes it's like, to me, it's a little much to be like, this is one thing because we're interacting, you know what I mean? People are like, you're on TV, you can do this all the time. And I was like, well, maybe if I was doing this on a regular basis, I would be able to do it. But to just never be doing this and all of a sudden be thrown up there, I felt like I was being like thrown to the wolves. I was like, oh my God, I'm gonna say too much. I'm not gonna say the right thing. I have a potty mouth. I'm gonna be cussing too much. There's kids here. I'm like, all these things are going through my head. And DC's like, hey, calm down, you're gonna be fine.
But you do make a good point that you're trying to be helpful.
Yes.
So you're trying to power through your own anxieties and, in order to help other people. So it's one of the ways that the network has helped you move into an area where you can be, you're an influencer certainly, but an activist in the way we were talking about earlier, that as Dean Stevenson was asking, and probing the other day about how can you be an activist at this point?
How can you give back, basically?
Yeah,
it's the big thing.
Yeah, and especially for you, as you pointed out, you can't vote.
Yes, I can't.
And that's forever.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
you don't know? Maybe
I don't
they
know.
would.
I mean, I think that as of right now, it's like while I'm on active parole, while I'm a parolee, I think. And I'm sure I might be able to, there's something I can do to get my voting rights back once the probation hits or once it's over, but I don't really, like I said, I don't know a lot about politics, so I try to not, when it comes to all this stuff, I try to not make too many statements or opinions about it, but things that affect me on a daily basis, like these women's rights things, stuff like this. I mean, of course I say my piece about stuff like that because it's affecting me in my day-to-day life. It's not just a random opinion. Let's have a conversation about these things I think about. These are things that I actually went through in this day-to-day life. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. But you make a good point. This was not a federal charge for you.
No, I have no federal charges.
So
state charges.
I think it is the federal level you would lose it forever. You couldn't vote.
Probably. But I think where you're an active parolee, I think that's when your rights are lost until you're finished with that. Which most people that are on parole, that's the short term of everything that have going on. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep.
So.
And that's for how many more years?
So 2025.
Okay.
I'll be done with parole.
So it's the long one is the probation.
The probation, the 20 years after that.
Yeah.
Yeah, 60.
That's a bite. That takes a bite out of your life.
Can I ask a question about that? You were talking last night about how your two charges, or your two, I don't know what to call it.
My prison sentences?
Yes.
Okay.
You were kind of set up on both of those.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I was doing things I had no business doing. I was doing illegal things.
But not at the time that
But no, not in that moment, no. Like on day-to-day basis, yes. But in that specific moment, no.
Is that,
I mean,
would that have been thrown out?
I mean, I think there's a lot of variables. Like this last time I was set up ×2. They had been wanting to get me for a long time. For even the charge that I took a plea for, I could have ended up doing a lot more time on it than what I did. So, they were lenient in that sense because of the circumstances, them not actually catching me with any drugs specifically. But, I mean, really, in the big scheme of things, I had been doing a lot of stuff I had no business doing. And I knew that what I was doing was wrong. They had an idea. They had an idea. They just didn't specifically get me on it. You know what I mean? So I guess, though, for me, because my life has changed for the better so much, I just kind of take it as, I did have all the signs that something was coming. You know what I mean? I said it out loud to a lot of people. I'd be like, I really got to, I got to get my life together. This isn't going to go good. You know what I mean? This is going to catch up to me eventually. And when it did, the way that it happened with me and my mom together, it changed our entire family's lives. For the better. Our entire, just because of, the flip of the switch of my mom, she became my mom all of a sudden. We went through this together, and she's doing better now than she's ever done in my entire life. Her and my dad they've been back together for 2 years? They got back together after 34 years. They've always been each other's one true love. My entire family, as a family, has come full circle, but because this happened when it did. I mean, so, God, everything happens for a reason, And sometimes you do all that stuff, and you got to pay the consequences to make everything turn all the way around.
And that's a story that you don't often hear about prison sentences.
Yeah.
And it really actually helped rehabilitate you.
Yeah, it did. It did. It definitely did. I mean, and you can, I think, this is the thing, when you go to get in trouble and you don't have a bond and you can't get out and wait on a court date and you're just stuck in there, you have two options. you can either make the best of it, you know what I mean? Like, utilize all your opportunities, take whatever classes, like, try to, like, you know, think positive, read the books that you can, you know, all these different things. Or you can, you know, like, let it break you. You can be miserable. Those are really the only two options you got. And and part of it, when I say, like, be miserable, you can, like, interact with it and, you know, be a little gangbanger. You can do all this stuff you're not supposed to do and get in trouble and, you know what I mean? Let it take you in the wrong direction, or you can just try to smile every day and, you know, get the most you can out of the situation. So... And me and my mom we're like this. We used to get in trouble in prison for smiling. They'd be like, "Inmate Eggers, why are you smiling so much?" Sir, no excuse, sir.
That.
Like, I don't know what to say to that. You know, I don't know. I'm just trying to get through this. You know what I mean?
That's
it would
hilarious.
have been much different if your mother hadn't been with you?
I mean, I had been before, and I did fine and made it through that sentence before too. But I think that the dynamic of having us there together and like her seeing like, oh my God, you know, my kid's here. Look at that look at all these cycles we've been through. I mean, I was 30 when we went to prison together. Like that's, you know what I mean? We've been doing all this crap for a long time, and not just together, like separately, and then coming together and going through this. I think that the way that it happened, like, churned her around so much that it was so easy for me to be like, okay, I'm done.
And seeing her so directly, so closely, day after day. Yeah, and her influence, and then your influence on her.
Yeah, I think
I mean, it was pretty stark, and yeah, I didn't expect it really. So when I think it was rather recent that you guys had gone, and I was going over to Glasgow to finish my to actually do my PhD over there. And after all this time, her mother and I had a very, very strained from kind of young, because her mother started with drugs and everything at a very young age, and I'm the youngest, and younger enough that it was like, this is like impacting me so negatively, and like, and no one's listening to me when I'm like, bullhorn, oh my God, sounding the alarm, this is horrible, what's happening? and I just had kind of disconnected. But with you, when you were in, I would always be a pen pal, and I would try to help you, but I distanced myself from your mom. But that last time, I'm saying goodbye to the family, visiting the family in Michigan, and my brother's there, everybody's there. And so they're passing the phone around. She had called from prison, and I just, oh man. But when we talked, she was different. Yeah. And it was noticeable. I was like, and she asked, you know, will you be my pen pal? And can we have regular contact? And I was like, okay, you know, I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt. And it was just amazing. I saved a lot of our, you know, you can't save the JPay. You can't save those messages. They're gone when they're gone. Yeah. So what I would do is I would copy the ones I sent you and her. I would copy them, put them in my calendar. So you know, so that I'd always have them, and I knew what day I'd sent them. And but it was just an amazing, such a heartfelt, like for me, transition. It made.
And it was real. It was real for you. It was real for me. Like,
absolutely.
For everybody.
Yeah. And so, like last night, watching, you know, when you call your mom, and I was just like, oh, that's your mom. Like, anybody who doubts that that's not real and that's not mine, it's like, that's an interaction 100%. No doubt about it. No different from any other time that I've seen you guys interact. So.
But it's really cool. And honestly, like, I don't know. I've only said this a few times, because when I say it to anybody in the family, like, everybody gets kind of emotional about it. But it's real. So throughout our lives, well, of course, because Grandma, Nana, I call her my Nana. You know, you and Mom's mom. Well, her and Grandpa both, but you know, Grandpa's passed. But through our whole lives, like, she's been like, she raised all of us grandkids. You know, Mom even into her adulthood. You know, whatever. Like, she loved us and cared about us so much and wanted to help us, and like, you know, and I could tell, you know, she would never be like, she would never make any negative comments about, I'm disappointed in you, or she would never, you never too often hear her say like she blamed herself, but you could just tell she was like, what could I have done better? What could I have done more? And she's still here though, and she's seen the entire family come full circle before, you know, it's too late for her to see it. And to me, that says a lot. That's like a big deal, you know, because I'll be honest with you, if it wasn't for her, if it wasn't for my Nana, and my dad's mom also, but I spent more time with Nana, if it wasn't for the two of them, I would not be the woman that I am today. I just wouldn't. Like, my childhood was jacked, and a lot of it I was the cause of at a really early age. Like, I take full responsibility for and I did a lot of shit, like a lot of bad shit. I was doing all kinds of stuff, but like, for real, they taught me like what it is to be loyal, what it is to be honest. Even if you're doing things you're not supposed to be doing, don't be stealing, don't be lying, don't be cheating, don't be doing these things. And if it wasn't for that, like, I'd have been dead a long time ago, trying to do the stuff I was doing in the streets. For real, that's not a joke. I'd have been dead a long time ago.
And you make a good point, because my point was always like tough love already, It's like they were just unconditional love.
Yeah.
And I don't think that you get to this point, and especially that point of you saying, I needed to be there, and it only helped me. And you're taking a positive point of view. I don't know if you get there if the people who are in charge of nurturing you do tough love.
Yeah.
I don't know if you get there. I think you get to the bitter place.
And I think that was another thing, like the kicker of my dad too, because my first prison sentence, he helped me out, grandma helped me out financially, everybody would take my phone calls. He told me in between, he was like, listen kid, you get in trouble again. He's like, I'm done. I'm done. And he meant that.
I remember that, yeah.
And he meant that. And he stuck by that in this prison sentence. And that taught me a huge lesson in the midst of me realizing this is going to fix and change my life. There's no way that I would be able to fix and change my life without having to be sat down. I don't know, I don't think I've said too much about this, but so when I got to jail, I think it's Mothers Against Meth, they came in, they gave me a life recovery Bible, which I love because it has cheats in it. So I like to know what I'm reading, you know what I mean? Like, I got to know, like, what is this, So I started reading that, and then somebody else had came and gave me it's called Key to Your Expected End. And it's like a little workbook. It's like a prison ministry workbook. And in it, they're saying, the lady's, her name's Katie Souza, and she's wrote multiples since then. But in it, she's talking about how she was doing, like, cooking meth and doing all these things. Like, she got big federal charges, got a lot of time. But she's talking about how, as she was in there, like, oh my God, I'm going to prison for the rest of my life, she's praying. Like, she doesn't know what else to do. She's like praying and trying to figure out, like, cussing at God, I'm going to be in the rest of my life. Why did you let me do this? Whatever. And she comes up with a conclusion, like, that all these, God was giving her all these signs. This is what's going to happen if you keep on. This is what's going to happen if you don't change. This is what's going to happen if you don't change. And like the biggest point that I made when I spoke at the Freedom Fest for March Against Meth, I stated that God does give you all these signs, but basically, He doesn't set you down. He doesn't send you to prison. You don't get in trouble, you know what I mean, because He's just done with you. He gives you all these opportunities to see that if you don't change, this is where you're headed. And then you back Him into a corner where He's like, if I don't do this, if I don't sit you down, I'm not going to be able to save you. There's going to be no opportunity to figure this out and fix it. And like, I read that when I was in jail. That's how I came to the conclusion, like, this was really meant for me. This is how this is supposed to happen. For real, I tell people a lot of times the story too. I had been praying in there and just, I'd like walk, we don't have much to do in there. So I'd be like walking around, just talking to God, thinking. And I kept saying, because I didn't have no bond, they were only making me one offer. I didn't know what was going to happen. I kept saying, if this is what you have meant for me, if this is how this is supposed to happen, because I knew I was about to get a big sentence, give me some kind of sign. Just tell me that this is what is supposed to be set forth for me. And when I went in front of the judge, I walked out in the courtroom and I took the plea. It's 30 to 10 years. I've never felt more at peace in my life. It was just like something came over me like, okay, this is, you know what I mean? This is the beginning to the rest of my life.
Yeah, you never told me that.
Yeah, like I did. Like, and I knew then, like, that's what was supposed to happen. And like, I was okay with it. But in that workbook though, she says all in there, like, and it doesn't, I said this yesterday too, like, some people get upset because like, I'm a believer. I know that, you know what I mean, without God, like, He's the one that showed me, make the right decisions, you'll be okay, and it's worked for me. And a lot of people aren't though, but all these same concepts that I'm saying that is God for me, there's many different ways you can look at it. You can look at it as karma. You look at it as the universe, like, give out a positive, get one back. There's all different kinds of ways that this same exact concept makes perfect sense. And if you live day to day, you make the right decisions, make the right choices, you know what I mean? Everything will be all right. If you treat people good, you know what I mean? Everything ain't going to be exactly the way you want it, but you're going to get good back. These are just real simple concepts that you can attribute to anything that you like to believe in. God is mine now.
And that's what you're saying is, I mean, you just said the word believe in.
Yeah.
And that's a belief system, and there's the power of a belief system. It is transformative.
Yeah.
And, Just depends on
Yeah.
what you're believing in.
Yeah,
But if
exactly.
you believe in, I'm going to post this stuff and be mean, it's like
Then usually,
probably
you know,
not going to end
you're
very
probably gonna
well.
stub your toe the next day or something's gonna happen, and you know what I mean.
No,
All these things are gonna take.
You won't stub your toe, but somebody's going to,
you know what I
blow
mean?
up your phone
Yeah,
and make you
something-
feel
something-
absolutely miserable. So you will stub your toe over being like,
Exactly. But it's just for real. Like if you just try to put out the positive and make the right decisions, it's like a really simple concept. It's
Yeah.
gonna come back to you.
Yeah.
And nothing's easy. Like this, nothing about since I've gotten out has been super easy.
Mm-hmm.
I've had to work really hard. And I'm hard, like that comes natural, easy for me anyway. But
Mm-hmm.
I think sometimes people just see these little tidbits of things on the show and think that my life is so easy, or like it's you get out of prison and
People
everything happens real fast and real simple. It's not doesn't work that way. You know what I mean?
I'm just checking for questions.
We got one right
And
here. We got one right here.
all right, awesome.
So, since you had brought up that your relationship with your mother has grown and basically your whole life has gotten better, if you had the chance to go back in the past, would you have changed anything since it seems that the situations you've gone through have brought out the better of you in the past?
I think, and I think I hit on this a little bit yesterday. I think the main thing that I regret, I regret like, doing not caring about the things that I were doing, like in drug use and selling drugs and, like trying to like veer away from some of my family members to that kind of stuff. I hate that those things happened because I hate that in prison, I finally realized that I was really actually hurting them. Not intentionally, but it was happening. So I do regret those things. I regret not getting my education. Because I'm not, like, I'm intelligent. I'm book smart. I had no interest in applying myself at all. And I regret that a little bit because I could have done something with my life. But, you hit on a good point that I feel like all these things that I went through have made me who I am today. So, I mean, really, you know what I mean? That's a tough question. I don't know. I don't know if, I will say the first thing I said when we walked up to the campus, I was like, I did the wrong thing when I was a kid. You know what I mean? I could have lived, I could have done different. But still, though, all these things have made me who I am today. And I'm proud of who I am today. It's taken me a long time to get here. You know what I mean? It took me a lot of tough, hard lessons that I brought on myself. But, here I am, and I'm proud of that.
Yeah, she really did say that. That's in no prompting. I didn't say,
No.
"Oh, don't you regret not following in my footsteps" or whatever.
No, that was literally.
No, you did.
And I meant that. I was feeling that. I meant that.
Yeah. And I mean, it was really sad too because her mom, really, your mom and each one of her kids, they're brilliant, amazingly gifted, smart people. And I was I was gonna call myself a name, but I'm not going to.
Don't do
But I was the one, I had dyslexia. So I seriously struggled in school, and I would just always look at her. For one thing, I was the baby, so you're looking up to your older siblings and just being like, they're so smart and it's so easy, and I'm like, I can't read, and it was so hard. And then watching you guys just kind of,
Yeah.
yeah.
But yeah, as soon as we got on campus, I was like, this is not, and it's not something I haven't thought about before, but when you're in the moment, I'm here with her, you know what I mean? And we were just talking about the night before, like, I just was asking, I don't know, I've never been to college. I don't know how all the dynamics of, like her, her working there and the student, how all these things work. So I'm just like probing her, like, oh, tell me this. So, you know what I mean? I want to understand more what's going on. But I was telling her, I was like, like something that just dawned on me, like she has a very professional job. Like I've had good jobs out there, but this is like a very professional, prestigious job. She's worked really, really hard my entire life to get it. And I was like, I don't know, it just dawned on me. I was like, I really, you know what I mean? I'm so proud of her. She's accomplished all these things. And I really I felt like I dumbed myself down because I was so worried about like not feeling things and being in the streets and doing things that, have caused me to lose everything more than one time. Mm-hmm.
And you were saying that, in the ride over, you were saying that very thing, and that you felt like your time in prison, it ended up inhibiting your brain. And
I do.
You want to expand on that?
I made a comment yesterday about, so they say, these are like some random statistics, but they say that like, and the average person and a normal day makes like 225 decisions a day on average. But in prison, you're lucky if you make 25 a day. And I feel like, and she's known me since I was young, like I do think pretty quick on my feet. I work very well under pressure. I usually like thinking outside the box, being open-minded, those kind of things. I've always been, even since I was young, I've always been like real like ahead of the game when it comes to that stuff. But since this last prison sentence, like that, immediately thinking outside of the box, it like I feel like that doing that time is like dumbed me down on that a little bit. Even just thinking about, I was telling her, I was like, you know, I spoke to you yesterday, I spoke to you guys, just speaking to everybody, you know, that you know, her colleagues and the students, that, you know, everybody I talk to. It's like I'm not usually open-minded enough to be thinking about, I should go back to school. I should do these things. I could have these opportunities. You know what I mean? But just in talking to all you guys, I was like, it just was like enlightening to me. Like, I'm not thinking open-minded enough about all the possibilities in my future if I just would start thinking about them now. I'm not. I'm going through my day-to-day life, my little businesses, you know, my at-home stuff. You know, when filming comes, I've like, instead of thinking about all the possibilities.
Yeah, so you're living more in the moment, which can be great, but you're not.
It's great in prison because you have to. It's not great at everyday day-to-day life when you're starting back over. When, you know what I'm saying? At 30-something, that's not the.
But you know, and you did mention your mom has said this before, that everyone's really proud of me. But the thing that I like to say is I'm really proud of you all, because your struggles were. I don't think that there's a fair equivalence there. You know, I think that what I had to do was difficult, you know, with given my impairments, or disabilities, but you guys had your own disabilities, you had your own impairments, your own, and I honestly think it was more difficult because you have these things that continue to go on. I can avoid certain things. I can, you know, I've found ways in software to help me with what I have, my challenges. There is no software to help you with your challenges, and they just, and it carries on, you know, so.
But I think that, and I mean, I see what you're saying, I agree, but I also think that, like this whole breaking the cycle thing, you know, everybody, that's a, you know, breaking the cycle, that's a big deal. But I mean, with the breaking the cycle with the situation with like me and my mom, like, it's just different because Grandpa and Grandma were not like that at all. She doesn't come. That's not where that wasn't like that wasn't a taught behavior. You know what I mean? That wasn't a learned behavior that she just seen or was around. It wasn't like that. It's just something that she had got into and never stopped. And with mine though, I saw it. You know what I mean? Like it was learned on one hand, but it wasn't learned in the way like, oh, I'm going to have to do this too because she's doing it. It was learned. Like I said yesterday, I stood up in dare class and cried, this is why you don't do drugs. Like I was hurt by it. Like I was aware of what was going on and troubled by that. So you would think that since I knew it was so wrong that I would have known better when I started doing those things, and I didn't. And I always reflect on that. I've said that for years. Even in the middle of my addiction, dealing drugs and stuff, I said that. Like, I don't even know how I went from knowing better at such a young age to just being like, okay, and I've let it go this far.
And that's kind of to the point that I'm making, that we don't know. We have no idea. Was it biological? Was it, you know, was it something that was environmental and we just don't know, hey, how much lead was in that you just ate, you know, or whatever. But we can point to certain things. When you're talking about dyslexia, there are certain markers and we know and we can help. And with you all, it's like, where did that come from? Why did that happen? You know, your mom was... Yeah, our family there was no addiction, you know, but we're both adopted. We come from a different, it's really interesting because we come from completely different biological backgrounds.
That does make it interesting.
Yeah. And then I met my biological mother and that side of the family, so that was even weirder. But, and we talked about last night how your mom doesn't want to do, she wants zero to do with any of that. So it would be difficult to go, oh, we can pinpoint and then... But you're going to do 23andMe. I know.
Yeah, I want to do that 23andMe. I definitely do. I'm interested now that we got to talking about that whole Italian thing. I'm like, hold on a minute. I need to find out what's going on here.
Yeah, we're going to answer that question.
I need to know
ask
the
me
answer
anything, and we're going to ask the doctors. But I mean, like we've talked about, it's like with a grain of salt. You take this because the technology is like, and they keep changing it because they get more data from more areas, especially in Africa. It's one of the least. You know, the places that they don't actually do the tests that often gets the wonkiest, and they'll update, you know, Ancestry will update and be like, hey, you're now this, you know, you're no longer that. So I'm just checking with questions when we don't have any right now yet. But I did kind of want to move to, I had alluded to you. Oh, hi.
Start with a question. Just wanted to encourage you that I am not a television person, watcher, and one day I just stumbled across and I started watching you, and I also have dyslexia and learning malformation. I'm also adopted, so everything that you guys are talking about is hitting home. And for some reason, my spirit connected with you.
Aw.
You're passionate, you're honest, you're loyal.
Thank you.
Know, and I just was drawn to her. And I saw her walking. I didn't see her. I heard her walking across the morning.
Out there talking to everybody.
And I heard her voice. And I told my husband, I said, I know that voice. And I looked, but I didn't have my glasses on, so I couldn't see her. So when she came over to me, I automatically knew who she was, you know. And it's just the spirit was drawn, and everything happens for a reason. I haven't been in prison or anything like that, you know. But just wanted to encourage you to be yourself and be who you are.
Thank you.
And let life happen, because life is going to happen no matter who we are, you know, and we all have challenges. I also was a high school dropout because of my dyslexia. Now I'm the only college graduate in my family.
Oh my gosh, congratulations.
Yes, thank you. I was determined to go back to school.
Excellent.
It was hard. It really was, you know. Nights, you know, things I had to do, different, like you said, apps and different, you know, gadgets and things to help
Yeah.
me, but I did it, you know, and to just do you and enjoy life and let life happen. And
Thank you.
take it with a grain of salt, and whatever happened, you know where your
Yes.
answers come from.
Thank you.
Because he doesn't make a mistake. There's
Exactly.
nothing that he does.
I agree with that.
Nothing. And don't be regretful of what happened in your life, because it was for your making. Everybody's making is different.
Thank you.
That's
Thank
amazing.
you. I appreciate
That
that.
was beautiful. Very
Yeah,
nice.
and I'll second that, being drawn to your spirit. Like you're talking about how nervous you are when you come up here and you're nervous last night.
I'm like sweating right now. I was just thinking, is it hot in here or is it just me?
You're such a natural. You're so open and it's so lovely to just hear the conversation flowing. So yeah, I said, be yourself forever.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank
Oh,
you.
that's awesome. She was very determined too. Like her entire life, hilarious. We would be in church, and so I was raised in a really religious family, Lutheran though, so very, buttoned down, man. You don't, mess around. So there was always in the back end of the church, there was a table set up. They would set up, it's like out there in the buffet. The food, the cookies, everything would be back there. The entire service. And she would be sitting on either my mom's or, my dad's, Papa or Nana's lap, and looking in the back, going, cookies, cookies. And there's a servant going on.
That never changed, just so you know.
Until someone got up and brought her back for a cookie. Very determined. Yes.
Oh, that's funny.
Were there any other questions in here? Yeah.
No, it just takes me back to whenever life gets challenging, I kind of look back on the Rocky movies.
Ah, yeah.
There was one of the movies where he was speaking to his son. And he says it's not about how hard you can hit, it's about how hard you can get hit and keep going.
That's a very good point.
That's a great quote.
I took it in the gut a few times in life, but I just kind of, refer to that and keep going.
Yeah, like a good
Keep
reflection.
going, it gets better. So
Yeah.
it's about surviving.
Yes.
And with Rocky, he's the type of guy. It wasn't about winning with him.
Yeah.
Just that, see how far he could take it. See how far and
Yeah. How far he could succeed.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's a great point, because it wasn't about it was about him defining what success was for him. He just had to stay up. That in the first movie, I just had to stay up for the entire until the rounds, the last bell rings. I won. That was his
That was his
winning.
thing,
That's
yeah.
a really great point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is a good point. I like that. That makes perfect sense.
Anything else? Anyone else? Okay, we're gonna go to check one last time. Well, not one last time. A
I
couple
should've
more
brought
times.
my
then.
phone in here.
That's
I should
okay.
have seen if anybody commented on.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Are you going to go grab it? We'll just talk amongst ourselves. So tell a few more stories about Amber when she was little. Yes. Yeah, well, I was really young when she was of course, when she was born. And so it was difficult. We ended up, like I had said last night, it was like her and her mother were like sisters. So it was even more so for me. And, so there was just these matters of how do I navigate, someone who's like the new person on the block, who's very determined and is going to, I'm going to make sure that I'm here, no matter what. And that, in a way, could be kind of refreshing because it would take a little bit of the heat off me. And actually, the story, I might be getting you confused with your sister. I remember one time I opened up, I love frosting. And my mom would buy bunches of frosting, and yes, exactly. So I opened one of them up, and you're supposed to refrigerate them right after you open them up. So I did, as Dr. Cravens is saying, I opened one up, and I kind of a couple scoops, then put it back in the shelf like it hadn't been opened. I put the foil on, I was like, put that back, and my mom lost it. So Nana's like on the rampage, and I went, and then she was like, and she just took it upon herself to assign guilt. And I just went, yep, I guess that's just right. What was one of the girls? And I think I might be confused. It may have been Erin, but it was one of y'all.
It was
and
probably
I was just
Erin.
like, yeah.
It was probably Erin.
And I was just like, oh, I guess so. I guess that was Erin. Was there anything
No, but
yet?
I don't really know how to.
You don't know how to.
I mean, I can look on where the places I posted
You're hilarious. We got to sit down and have a talk
Yeah,
about
that's not
your
a joke. That's not put on. I really am clueless with this.
Well, you
stuff.
keep looking, and I had discussed with her, a few weeks ago, we started talking about how might we do this, Ask Me Anything. And I had suggested going into just looking at the general Google search, what pops up. And that's how we came across the whole Italian, what race is Amber? And I was like outraged by that. Well, she is not part Italian. So right now we have, right away, Amber Egger's pregnancy comes up immediately.
That's the first thing that comes up?
And it was in the top few, but after the finale, I imagine, birthday. So.
July 28th, 85.
Yep. So, I'm confirming you are indeed right about your birthday. Then Love After Lockup comes next. So we were trying to explain last night, and I was really confused about this myself, not being like this, not having watched, how it worked. But you were saying last night the way that the show's
initially, when I got, this is how up until this season that we just finished right now, because there's a new show now. So initially it was Love After Lockup. You get released, you go on Love After Lockup. If you get continued, you go to Life After Lockup, and then you stay on Life After as you continue. But now there's a new show that comes on first, which is Love During Lockup, which is relationships in prison.
Wow.
Then the release seasons, then the Life After, and you stay on Life After.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And
I'm sorry.
no, this is great.
Really popular franchise.
Yes, yes.
Who would you say is your audience?
Well,
That's a great question.
That's a really odd question.
I asked only because we were hoping that we would be flooded with students, but it doesn't seem that students is the target audience. I'm thinking it might be students' parents.
Students, parents, and beyond. So when I first started, my first season, I worked at Sweet Tomatoes it's in Sandy Springs. So you know the area.
Right
It's kind of
outside
more
of Atlanta,
Yeah.
more than northern.
northern more. That's like there's like older, it's like an older generation up there. Like
They're moneyed,
Like
too.
I was gonna say money.
They
Like
have money.
older. Like when you the houses up there, like the people have been there years. Like that kind of. So Sweet Tomatoes, it's a salad bar buffet. We have seniors discounts, and mostly that was what would come through there. And it would be so funny. There'd be ladies come in like these are like much older ladies, like all white hair, wearing like all their gold because they only go out so often. But they'd be like one lady on one side, one on the other side. The one lady would recognize me. The other lady was like completely like oblivious to what's going on. They'd spend their whole dinner trying to explain to the other. The one that knew would try to get the other one to take a picture. She couldn't figure out how to take a picture on the phone. Like it was that kind of stuff. So it's really like it's not so much like the younger people. It's like their parents and way beyond that. Yeah. I don't know. I think. Well, first of all, it comes on at Friday night at 9:00. You know what I mean? So that's That's one thing, I think. But that's one thing, you know what I mean? But I also think that, like students are like younger people, they're just living their normal everyday life. They're not, unless they have a specific reason why to be so interested, they're not interested in somebody that's, fresh out of prison in their love life. They're worried about, going to the movies or making sure their homework's done or their new little girlfriend or, you know what I mean? Something other than that. That's what I would think.
But,
Yeah.
I mean, maybe do a text to Alan real quick, see if he's available and ask him, because they do have a target audience, and they are, they're selling this, they're promoting it to a certain demographic, and it seems like it's older and wealthy. And then maybe why? Why would they go that route? It's not that you don't have younger fans, it's that they're fewer and further between.
Well, because also, isn't MTV kind of hard to find?
Yeah, because it's an AMC Networks, it's part of their group, but yeah, it's not like I don't have cable. So that's what she was explaining earlier, that we had to go through all kinds of hoops and ask her executive producer, Alan, to send it to me so that we could watch it last night. Because, season finale, so.
And that doesn't get onto Hulu or Netflix.
It doesn't. The only way
Online.
right, that's a very good point, because it doesn't. The only way it does is through Tubi or through Philo or one of those. So, yeah, and then when you go into those, and we were going into even the app, WeTV app,
You have to
they
have cable
asked,
to do that.
yeah, they asked me, which cable provider do you have? And I was like, well, that's not helpful.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah, we had to literally get one of the pre-screening videos from the executive producer. So it's a great question.
You can, so it airs on Friday nights, like on Saturday morning, you can usually go on YouTube, search full episode, and for like a day or two, you can watch that full episode that just aired, but after a couple days, that's like gone too. It's just clips after that. So I don't know.
Huh.
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't even know that part.
Yeah.
So we're going to just continue to...
I messaged.
Oh, awesome.
I asked, we'll see
Sweet.
if yeah, it's funny, he just messaged me a while ago. So
Oh.
checking in.
Oh, that's sweet. See, checking in on you. So the next one is net worth. I don't know. That's kind of... Amber Eggers' net worth.
No, I'm interested to see what it says.
No, it's asking. Oh, but you're right.
I'm
So
interested. Click on it. Let's see what it says. I'm interested in this.
This is hilarious. Immediately it says 10 things you didn't know about Amber Eggers.
Yeah, let's see.
TV Overmind is our source, and that was an ad, so they bought...
This is an old one. This is old. Somebody sent me this a long time ago.
Oh, okay, so you've seen it. She really didn't like Vince in the
No,
beginning.
I really did. It says I really did.
Really did.
I did.
Like,
Before I got out.
I actually read it.
Yeah.
anyone who knows anything about Vince and Amber's situation, who wrote this? Okay, we gotta...
This is not like an interview I did. This is like somebody just came up with this. But a fan had sent me this a long time ago.
Okay, so I'm gonna skip down. I'm trying to find, media literacy, as we talked about earlier, these are the ways that we would suss out in class. How verifiable is this? Okay, we have no sources. Okay. We have no author on here. We have the other thing that I like to point out is, are there any links embedded? And then, where do the links go to? So are the links going to someone's personal blog that's been probably trying to sell you something? Or is it going to an actual, now we do have a link here, or is it going to some place that is either peer-reviewed or it is at least like U.S. News and World Report, like something. Today, something. So I'm down in 8. And there is a link in there. And number 8 is, her mother has also had trouble with the law. That's very true.
Yeah, that's factual.
Amber isn't the only person in her family who has faced legal issues. Her mother, Monica, also true, also has a history of run-ins with the law. In fact, 2 mother/daughter duo, that's a little bit of a typo, was arrested together in 2015.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
After they were busted for selling drugs at a local motel in Georgia. We talked about that last night. All true. But the link, so let's test this link real quick. And usually if you're on I hovered over it and it went to connews.com. I've never heard of that before.
Connews.com?
I
thought it was going to go to like the GDC, the Georgia Department of Corrections website, where it shows like your mugshot and it says your actual charges.
No, it's Cov News, so Covington.
Covington.
And that's where they were at, so Covington in Georgia.
Oh yeah, that's...
So they actually, the link goes to a news post from a local news source.
Let me see which one this is. Yeah, so I will say this though. This is not, yeah, no, I don't see all that. So what the funny thing is what they posted in the paper, this is not the Rockdale County one. Okay.
It's Covington.
No, but, so there was 2 different articles that were posted right
Okay.
after, that made the front page of the newspaper. And on the other one, which I thought the other one was Covington. And the other one, it says specifically what happened. The guy, Rodney, the guy, which he's deceased now, the guy that actually set me up, he was helping, it says where they pulled over behind him on the side of the road. He had told on us, said his full name in the paper. We went over there. It said more truth than what this one actually says. This one was posted on Tuesday right, Tuesday? Yeah, we got locked
September
up on
10th.
Friday. That, on the 11th, that one come out, I think, was like Tuesday's paper
19th.
or Wednesday's paper. That one just shows like the stuff that they got from Harvey, the guy that I had sent.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and we were talking about that earlier about how, the setup worked.
Yeah.
And we talked about that last night. And so they got some of it right, some of
Yeah,
it not
a lot
right.
This is not correct.
Okay. And it was even updated afterwards. So we're like, I don't know who was doing that updating. But it does have an author, and that's really good to know. So you can go to a newspaper, you can go to what you think is a verifiable source, and it's like, but is it?
Yeah,
And
not so much.
that's one of the problems we're running into right now in news, is that news isn't necessarily objective. It's very opinion-based. I think I've talked with some of my colleagues about the fact that there used to be opinion sections in the paper, and now it's just opinion,
Everything, yeah, the whole thing.
So we'll go back to this list that we had, work our way down. And this is just full of ads. That's another thing. I'm always just a little bit like, if you go to a site and it's just bam, ad, bam, ad, bam, I'm like,
There's a
oh,
reason for
dude,
it.
yeah.
See, I'm learning all these new things.
Number 2, things that they didn't know about you. She enjoys interacting with fans.
That's true. That is true.
And we talked about that.
Yeah.
Yes. And being on the show has made Amber pretty popular on social media, and she loves using her online presence as a way to engage with Love After Lockup fans. If you take a quick scroll through Amber's Instagram comments, it's very common to see her responding to people.
Yeah, that's true.
And making friends.
Yeah.
Yep.
Making friends.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Oh, hey, Emily.
So your interaction mostly positive, or do you get like awful trolls saying mean things? And if they do, how do you deal with that? There's so much of that today.
Okay, so I
I missed the beginning, so if you were
well,
No, no.
I don't know. Are you a fan? Do you watch the show at all?
not seeing the show.
Okay, so then I'll fill you in. Last night was like the most controversial thing that I've ever put out. And we already knew there was going to be a bunch of negative political, back and forth feedback on it. So in dealing with all those things, I had made the comment earlier. Somebody said, this was like a couple weeks ago, I think, right after I had said that they had aired that I was pregnant and that I have liver issues. Somebody made this big long post, like a long post, out of nowhere, and it was half of it was in caps. They were stating that I had said, and I had admitted multiple times on the show, that I was a heroin user, a heroin dealer, intravenous drug user, all these things, so that none of that's true. I mean, I have been heavily addicted to hard drugs almost my whole life. I've never done heroin before. I've never used needles or intravenous drugs. I've never even sold heroin before. But it's just funny how people will so matter-of-factly, like they know, and I openly state the facts. Like I have no shame in admitting all the things that I've done. So I just responded, and I was like, no, actually, I was, everything I just told you about what I did do, what I used, So I just stated that. And underneath it, though, because I've gained 40 pounds since in the past, in just a matter of episodes, as a matter of fact. I said underneath that, somebody was like, oh, she's gained something about me waddling. They saw me waddling up the driveway or something, and they were, insinuating that I might be pregnant. And then underneath that, somebody commented, oh, she looks like she gained 75 pounds. So then last week's episode aired, and it said, okay, she is pregnant. So I went, because I keep getting tagged in the same comment. So it'll come up on my notification. So I went underneath it, and I said, no, actually only 40 pounds. I said, but stay tuned, LOL. And then the lady, I was trying to lighten the you know, and the lady that had commented about the weight, and she's like, Ish, I'm so sorry. Oh my gosh. I said, no. She actually private messaged me. It was like, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to be offensive. I didn't know. And I was like, no. I was like, I literally was, the LOL was, I was being honest with you and lighting the load, because sometimes people don't know, they don't realize what they're commenting on. So sometimes I'll make little things like that. Sometimes I just ignore them. Sometimes there's so many more positive comments. I'll go through, like on Instagram, I'll just heart everything. And then the negative ones, I just don't say anything. I have to be careful though, because like in this situation, this hard, controversial thing I've just went through, like my sister, my mom, my best friend Queen, there are people that are close to me, and even strangers. We were reading some of the few negative comments last night, strangers, people that I haven't even really like one-on-one interacted with. They'll see people saying like harsh, negative things about me, and they instantly go to my defense. They'll have long arguments back and forth with these people on my page about how they shouldn't, you know. So there's more positive than there is negative. But you always have to remember though, people are scrutinizing every single little thing that they show of your life, and in one season there might be 30 to 40 minutes of your entire life total in one season. You know, so I expect that. I try not to let it bother me. And then like in the situation I said earlier, the network, not just the network production, everybody that's worked with me, they were all like completely have my back with being supportive, helping sure that I get mental help to, you know, deal with the situation that me and my boyfriend have been in. So there is all that on the positive end of the little bit of negative stuff that comes in.
And we tend to amplify the negative. You know, there's that negative bias.
Yeah.
And I think, and that's part of the news too. There's a negative bias in the news. So if it bleeds, it leads. And so we just end up believing the negative things as well. And this is all very natural and as a part of human nature.
Yeah.
But as we were saying earlier, we were like, but she had learned some lessons about taking a beat, just calm down,
Yeah.
you know, don't react to me, or try your best to do that.
Yeah.
And that it should be easier to do in a social media environment, but harder in face-to-face, you know, just shutting that off and being unemotional if someone's really coming at you. But people tend to, it's the opposite of what you would assume, you know, it's like intuitively you would think, well, you have more time, you don't have to be, you know, it's like.
But that's where all the negative stuff always comes from. I had one time I met, it was two friends that had some negative comment. When they met me, they knew who I was. They wanted to take pictures. They was like, I didn't like you at first because the way you was doing puppy. And they said it like 3 times. But they were like, but now that I've talked to you, and they were actually, I was at a cookout somewhere, and they showed up at a cookout and didn't know I was going to be there. So they had already been around me before they said anything. And then they said that like 3 times, and then they just let it go. And they wanted pictures of me. Everything was fine. They were like, we just didn't know you. We were assuming, and everything was fine. But that's the only time, like in person, anybody's approached me and been like, I don't like something you're doing, or I don't believe in this, or whatever. Usually just the negative stuff is just, you know, like telephone tough guys, like text tough guys, you know, people that have all these opinions, but they see you and they're like, oh my God, let me get a picture. How's it going? You know. That's a good shirt for your clothing line. Telephone tough guys. I'm gonna have to put that out there. Yes. I'm definitely gonna have to put that out there.
That's awesome. I didn't even know this. Number 3, she's a proud aunt. You're a proud aunt.
Yeah.
You are.
I love all my babies.
Yep. You definitely do. And she's an advocate for even her younger brother. Is like, as far as we know, Amber doesn't have any children of her own, but she's still getting her fix. That's to her role as an aunt. She has an adorable nephew you have a bunch of adorable nephews.
They must have saw a picture of something.
Okay, and there's very good.
Yeah.
There's a link there. You picked out the very thing that there was a link to.
They have to have seen a picture.
Okay, hold up. I got to go to that link. So
see, I'm
learning. I'm
learning. I spent a couple days with her. I'm like, stepping up my game.
We just hovered over that, kept our finger on it, and up comes the link. And it says Instagram, and then whatever is the actual page link. So we're going to open that. Do you see it? It's opening. This is me then. So my account, do you want to do your account?
I don't know.
You don't?
I don't walk out of it for this reason.
Hilarious. You're funny.
I think people really think I'm kidding when I'm like, I don't know how to do all this stuff. I really don't. I try.
Yeah.
I really don't.
Here we go. And I don't even know if we can show people, you know, if they're going to be able to see what we got here. It totally didn't even take it to the right place. It totally didn't even take you to. So this is a good lesson. The link that they put in didn't really work.
Okay.
It went to the wrong thing. You know what it went to? NASA. Because it's my account, and I love NASA, so I'm like, heart. So, yeah,
I'm like,
her nephew is an astronaut.
and for next
Okay.
season.
Awesome. No wonder they signed you for a 6th season or whatever you're. How many seasons are you at now?
So I'm going into the 5th one now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Record breaker. Okay, so 4, she stayed out of prison.
Oh,
That's true.
that's very
We
true.
won't read this whole one. There are no links in that. 5, some viewers think she's asexual. We talked about that a little bit last night.
That's actually, I read this and I was like, how did,
What were you watching?
like, hold on. Yeah, that's very interesting. You want to read it?
I will indeed read that. From Vince to Puppy to her mystery man. Who was that?
So that's how I said this is old. This is
okay.
because this is only like up to the 3rd season when I actually brought Sammy on the show. The 3rd season, which is this big.
Okay.
That's the mystery man.
Okay. Amber's romantic seems to be full of drama and secrecy. Recently, some viewers have come up with a theory that they feel explains. Oh, I love this, a fan theory. Yeah. This is great. This is Star Wars. You're in my realm now.
Yeah.
Star Trek and whatnot. Okay, so they're saying their theory is that they feel explains Amber's sexual pattern is that in relationship pattern is that according to a Twitter user named Juice Brucey. This is their source, guys. This is what I'm talking about. Juicy Brucey. I think Amber is asexual. She likes people until it's time to actually perform. Then she starts using words like awkward. You did use that last night. Oh, man. And hashtag love after lockup. Hashtag life after lockup. I kind of don't get that last part of the quote, but anyway. Other people have also chimed in to agree with this idea. What do you think?
I mean,
Where do you think they're getting that from, other than awkward?
I think that, the awkward, that's why I said this is old, from the 1st and 2nd season. Obviously, that's all they got. It was from the 1st and 2nd season because they're talking about their referring events and then Puppy and then the mystery man. So that's all they've seen me relationship-wise. But everybody else that's in prison, like the inmate, when they come out, usually the first thing they're trying to do is, jump in the sack or do something, because they've been void that for so long. Well, me though, I'm not, then I can't, you can only do so much now. The awkward thing, that was real. That's why I was saying that, because the thing with Vince was genuinely awkward. I couldn't, I was like, bro, you're sleeping in that room? We're not doing it, no, we're not doing that. No, Alan was like, you should kiss him, you should kiss your boyfriend for the first time. And I'm like, this awkward, that was real. I didn't know what else to say.
Oh, it was definitely real.
That was real.
And they were like, friend him to me. Friend him. And I was like, what are you talking about? I could just smell it through the screen.
She was like, oh no. Yeah.
She's been sober for over 5 years.
Yeah, so that was 2 years ago. That was a while ago, yeah. So September 11th was my 7-year sobriety mark.
Congratulations.
Yes.
And 7, she's all about positivity. That's what we've been talking about.
Yeah, I try.
Yeah.
I feel like it makes my life more simple. Yeah. If I'm just putting out good things, maybe I'll get some good things back. You know what I mean? It just makes life just happier, easier to live.
And letting it roll off you, because you are an easy target. Let's face it, you really are.
I do put myself out there for a lot.
And by putting yourself out there, you've also seen the good things.
Yes.
So it makes you an easy target in both directions.
Yes.
Because you do get a lot of support. I was just so shocked.
Yeah.
Last night was just and I've been shocked by how many times I've been with you, and you've told me this before, and it's not that I didn't believe you. I just didn't. Maybe she's exaggerating a little bit. It's unbelievable how many people come up to you as we're just chilling, we're just hanging out, and people are like, oh, and the lady was saying earlier about, I believe her name was Katina. We met her yesterday.
Yes.
And just hearing your voice, how often that happens.
She just said the same thing.
Yeah.
It's my voice. People recognize that before my face even sometimes. I don't know how. I don't know why, but Like, it was funny, like, when
You have a unique voice. You do.
when you like go shopping in the mall or something, and I'd be like, you had to wear masks everywhere. So I would just be like, you just go to the register. Yeah, I want one of those back there, whatever. And like in one mall trip, it was like 3 different people at registers in different stores. I'm like, they're like, pull down your mask right now. And I'm like, I'm not stealing anything. Like, what happened here? You know what I mean? Like, what's going on? And they're like, no, I recognize your voice. I'm like, okay. Oh yeah, that was kind of weird. I was like, but I didn't do anything. I swear. What's going on?
Oh, that's funny. Okay, so 9, Love/Life After Lockup is her only TV experience.
True. Yep.
And you were talking about a little bit about, was it Love and Hip Hop? Was that the one that you had the friend? Which one was the friend that you
Yeah,
had?
it's Love and Hip Hop.
Okay.
Atlanta, yeah.
And she was going to be on that. And
They asked me and Queen both to guest, but you can't be in contract with one network and do stuff without permission, and
TLC
is
yeah. So, and it was a very sad situation because then they went into COVID.
Yeah.
COVID luck. And if she had done it, she would have, what was it, $22,000 or something?
Like almost quadruple. No, almost. It was a little more than triple that. They gave out a bunch of bonus checks to everybody that guested on there.
And
Like,
you didn't make the cut.
Didn't make the cut.
Yeah.
I was like, I could have made my work life so much easier during COVID.
All right.
I did actually work all through COVID though, and that probably saved me too. I don't know how I would have adjusted to being like stuck 24/7. That would have been rough.
She's
I think.
amazingly, we've mentioned this a few times, that it's uber hard worker, and working in a restaurant, very difficult work. And, and Arbonne, so selling, and then now we're at the clothing line, and a lot.
Yeah.
So 10, she loves spending time with family.
Yeah. Here we are.
That's almost too perfect. We did not, yeah. After spending so much time behind bars, that's a big thing. You were with your mom that second time around,
Yeah.
but and then we were in regular contact, you
Yes.
and I, but you were also in contact with Aaron. I know that.
Yeah, definitely with Aaron.
Tyler,
as much as he possibly could. My dad.
her
when I
younger
would-
brother.
Yeah, Tyler's my younger brother. My dad, when I would, he did a tough love thing. He wasn't playing. He wouldn't put no money on the phone. He wouldn't put no money on my books. I got a little Christmas donation and a little birthday donation, and that was it. Which taught me a very, very valuable lesson. I can't say that enough because it really did. And then I had a few friends on the outside, and Nana, when we could call Nana, but it wasn't like the first time I went where like I just had an abundance of being able to call people and money every week and all that stuff. Like I actually had to work and earn and all that stuff the second time around.
And that was the longer stint too.
Yes.
And it was scary. I remember when they were, it was only a list of 10, so we're done now with that.
Yeah.
I remember when you guys went, and it was horrifying because your sentences were it was nuts. And being that you had been set up. So, but that 10 to 30 or,
30 do 10 is what it's called.
30 do 10.
Yeah.
And it was just like, are you joking?
Yeah.
And did you have I meant to ask this, and I don't believe I ever asked this. Did you have just a public defender, or was that?
Yeah, I had a public defender.
Okay. Yeah, that's hard.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was just going to get to a couple of the questions that popped up, when we do a general Google search, so we go back to that. Were there any other questions in here before I go on to this? Okay. So I'm doing we did the net worth, and that we just stopped at the first thing that popped up. But I want to see if...
I'm interested to see what that says.
and I'm not really seeing who is saying that they have an answer to this. I think it's the question that's being asked, because that's how Google searches work. We're not necessarily going to find a reasonable answer. Oh God, this is some weird stuff. They're asking about your sexuality confuses them. So here we got that again.
Okay.
That issue comes up, and I get that with puppy. And you did address that a little bit last night.
Yeah.
And that there are some assumptions because you were, so close as friends.
Yeah.
So.
I think that And that's what's really weird about all of it is that because and we are still such close friends, you know. But I mean, she's in a whole relationship. I've been in a whole all these things just aired all this season. Even in the season before, it was the same thing. But I think that people think because we are so close, like when she calls me, I'm there. If she needs me, I'll be there. Vice versa. It's got to be. There's got to be. We have to be sleeping together. We have to have some kind of relation more than being actual loyal good friends with each other. I don't really understand that because we're in relationships. Even it's not like it's just the two of us on the show. Our separate lives. Like we're each in relationships on the show. So I don't know. I don't know. It's odd to me.
Yeah. And there are different forms of commitment where, you know,
Yeah.
we can commit to people without it being
Having to
anything
be-
beyond.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, yeah. And that idea of community, we talked a lot more about that last night. And how we build communities and how we stay committed to a community and how we can move outside of outside of a community. Let's just go back to we'll just drop the net worth thing and we're not even going to ask you any further about that. We're not finding an answer. There is no answer. We can't determine.
I was really
Indeterminate.
interested to see what somebody had.
right.
I've never even thought to look. That's interesting.
Goshen, Indiana. So it says Amber Eggers, Goshen, Indiana. That makes sense.
Because I lived up there.
Yep.
Yeah.
And still, family lives up.
Yeah, all my family. Well,
Yeah.
pretty much almost all my family. Lives up there, yeah.
So her mom, dad, and sister.
And
And
other
that
sister.
went. Oh God, I always forget. She has my sister.
Yeah.
That's it. And
Yeah.
then with her dad.
I have another sister.
Right.
Yeah. And she lives there. She lives the same place.
Right. So I'm just thinking about my sister. What your dad has with my sister. It's like nothing else exists. Yeah. What's who's Tara's mom again? Denise, that's right. Because Rodney did go through a few different wives and whatnot over the years. Beth was one, I think.
Yes.
And it's- yeah.
And now
And-
we're back together.
Now my parents are back together, yeah. After 34 years. They were split up for 34 years.
yeah.
And
Married, divorced. Married when Rodney was 17. And was he 17 or 18?
he was 18.
And Monica my sister was 17. And yeah.
And then, yeah, they were married for what, 2 years? 2
Met in
years?
high school, yeah. and-
Married for 2 years and then got divorced. And then after 34 years later, they got back together. And
So they never really had much time together.
Not really.
not until now.
Not
Yeah.
really. Yeah.
Yep.
That's,
Yeah, like I said, everything likes come full circle, like literally.
Then again, it says Amber Eggers baby. So that's kind of the
Yeah.
pregnancy thing over again. And then Amber Eggers Instagram. So I mean, that says a lot right there. That you are breaking through in social media. If that's one of the top searches that comes up, people are actually asking that question.
Okay.
Your social media.
I was just asking her drilling her about all these different things. What, last night and this
Yeah.
morning about how these things work. And how it comes up, what it-
Yeah.
You know.
Were there any questions in the room? Any more questions in the room? Did you have any more comments about the season finale last night?
actually, yeah, you've been saying a couple times that it was really controversial, but I didn't catch why.
We were trying not to do spoilers, but I think we've actually.
I think now we can.
We-
Now we
it's-
can.
yeah,
now we
we've-
can because it's
So
aired.
many things have come out. So
And I
So-
didn't get a chance to see it.
So
okay,
I found out that I was pregnant, and that was not this last night's episode. The one before I found out I was pregnant. I have some sort of issue with my liver. It's not like now. After I found out I was pregnant, I went from my regular doctor, high risk OBGYNs. I went to a liver doctor, all these different things. So I don't have cirrhosis. I don't have hepatitis. But I have a fatty liver, and my liver enzymes are super high. Now I have past pregnancy issues. From when I was younger, so what, like 15 years ago, 14, 15, 16, something years ago, I had my last miscarriage, and mind you, every time I was pregnant when I was younger, I was on birth control. So I had a miscarriage, didn't even know I was pregnant until I had it. This was my second one, and the doctor said I had no chance of like getting pregnant or having to worry about any of that ever again. Now that was years ago, so I've never worried about birth control. So now I'm in this situation, I get pregnant, I go from my doctor, high risk OBGYN, like I said, liver doctor, all that stuff. And they're all basically saying that I'm not gonna, you know what I mean, it's gonna be the baby or me or maybe not both. In like more or less words, in every way, you know, you can think of it being said. So
in series of tests.
yeah, after all these
and
years of seeing the
medical.
different doctors and all these different things. And and of course that was coming out on the show last night. So the final suggestion was, after I talked to my boyfriend, talking to my parents, and the doctors, was that I was going to abort. But when I called to make the appointment, the law in Georgia changed the day before I called. So they were like, and because it just changed the day before, I was like, well, wait a minute, this is at a doctor's suggestion. They're like, because the law's so new, there's nothing we can do at this moment. You have to go out of state. So I ended up having to call North Carolina. We filmed it, went through all the motions, and all that came out last night. Yeah. Yeah. So that's why I said it's like very controversial stuff. I didn't want to like give anything away. You know what I mean?
Have you heard any backlash or?
That's what we were what I was talking about earlier about the people commenting on last night. That was pretty much, it's mostly positive stuff actually. Even there's some people that were like making comments about I'm all the way pro-life, but me and my husband watched. We got a little emotional with you. You're making we're sending you prayers. Sorry to be judging you. Stuff like that. There was a lot of comments. There was a few negative ones. It was just funny that the first person that said my sister messaged me. She's like, I don't have patience for this tonight. And it's like the only 2 negative comments anywhere. I was like, you're just having a bad night, baby. I was like, oh my God.
Erin was take no prisoners mode.
Yeah, she was like, whoa.
She'd been having a hard time.
Yeah, she having a hard day. Yeah. I was like, other than that, though, for the most part, everything's been pretty positive. I think a lot of people are like making assumptions in their comments, are making assumptions that I have hepatitis or something, just in the way that we're responding, but they're not saying things in like a negative way. They're like, oh, you should get your liver issues checked out. There's things are treatable, da-da-da. The problem is we don't know what the issue is yet. Other than I know it's not hepatitis and I know it's not cirrhosis because they tested for all those things. They did ultrasounds on my liver, everything. They just know the fatty liver, but there's the enzyme. Something about getting my enzymes corrected is not. I will say this though, because I can update on this now. After all this, I did go back to my regular doctor to do more blood tests, and he said, whatever you're doing, keep doing it. And I have to go back, like in a month and a half. I have to keep going back every so often.
Good.
So.
Good. But I know it's been really, not to get too graphic, but so there's been ongoing issues too, like with bleeding and whatnot. So this isn't a thing where, and once again, I'm biased. I've known you, your whole life. This isn't an issue of you didn't want the child. Yeah. This isn't. So people make a good argument. Some of the negative comments. If it were a thing where this is just somebody who didn't want a baby. And I will be honest, if that were the case, I'd just said that. Yeah. I would have just said that. She's very candid about these things, yeah.
All this, emotional stuff, like, a lot of people comment, they're like, I've never seen her cry like that or act like that on the show, so this must be real. And it is, though. It is real. But yeah, like she said, this happened. I went through this procedure at the end of July. I'm physically, I waited as long as I needed to. I went and got birth control, so this doesn't have to happen. I don't have to worry about this again, because obviously, I don't have an option to just, let's go try to have a baby. Let's do this again. That's not an option. So I did get an IUD, and I haven't stopped bleeding since July. Maybe that's TMI, but physically, I'm going through a lot of things, hormonally. It's a lot. It's a lot. I think people think that, because I'm like, Smile, hey, how's it going all the time? All this is just a big put on, but it's really not. It's real. It's real.
Yeah, and it's the Amber. I know.
Yeah.
And, the emotion, it was, like I had said earlier, it was lesser than what I remember when we talked about on your birthday. But still very, very much authentic. It was just I'm glad that people caught on to that. And that wasn't any reality show, of course, they're just lying, and you're being misled. There are wonky things that go on that I saw that I was like, wait a minute, this is staged. Not that it isn't real, but it's kind of well, can you go back out and come back in a different way and walk different, that kind of thing. And you did mention that when you went into the facility with Queen, they had the camera on.
We had when we did that, we self-filmed it.
Yes, that's what she had said, but they edited all
that. Yeah, we self-filmed it. We took the Osmos, because all we had was GoPros and Osmos. I don't even know what I was doing with that stuff, but I was like, okay, we'll figure this out.
Yeah.
We'll make this happen. So when we went in, he's like, you ready, baby? I'm like, no, not really, let's go. So she's got the Osmo in her hand. We walked straight in there, stood in line, Osmo, did all kinds of stuff. And nobody in the facility even said anything. I was like, they're not going to be able to use none of this. This is like super illegal.
Yeah.
I was like, this is super illegal.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, we might be
Fade
getting,
to black.
I was like, we might be getting somebody in trouble doing all this right here.
Real quick, I just wanted to note there is not a question in the chat, but there is a comment from Lauren.
Oh, my baby.
Yep, it says, I'm so proud of you, Amber. Love, Reese.
Oh, so that's from Reese.
Yep,
Okay,
yep.
so I have one of my best friends. She lives in the UK. She has an 8-year-old son named Reese. They're like, I talk to them every single, she'll tell you. I talk to them every single day. We connected. I had posted something, and she made like a cool, like little smart ass comment on it and on my social media. So I was like, it was like a Friday or Saturday. We had been out, like, like eating, having drinks, and I saw it, and I was like, wait a minute. And I looked, I always like go to see if I know them, and so I hit the little follow back, and I was like, wait a minute. I was like, do you drink? And she hit me back. She was like, it's Friday night, whatever. And I said, I'm about to video you real quick, because I could see where she was at. I was like, I'm about to video real quick, and I got her on video, and I was like, we're about to cheers to that, and we did a cheers to it, and just randomly, like we've talked every single day since then, literally every day since then. I talked to her son every day, like she's gonna come over here and see me at the beginning of the year. She's gonna bring him after that. They're like family to me now. Literally every day we talk. I love them to death.
Yeah.
She's helped support and like be there for me going through all this stuff I went through too. Like it'd be hard, like I'd be during the daytime when I'm going through all this stuff. TC's at work. She's at she's at the school working. My mom and everybody's at work or unavailable. They're 5 hours ahead of us. So she's done working by the time I'm up and get and it was like when I was either talking with her, she's helping support me go through it, or with someone of my family members. So it's for real. She's been a big major support going through all this stuff.
Yeah, and it's really clear how they bonded and
Yeah.
connected, and it's amazing. I love that kind of story where it's like, this is examples of, because you do hear, and I spread this too, the negative aspects of social media, but then there's these positive things. Yeah. And so I think that's it with the comments on here. And was there anything else? Any questions or comments? None in here. So I did want to say one more thing about the upcoming season, if you can. So are they going to be able to do like a continuing saga of the situation, the health situation? Or do you think that they're going to come up with a completely new topic?
I think that we will start, all I can really, I don't know. I have no idea. But I think that...
So none of that stuff?
No. It's basically whatever's relevant to my life. You know what I mean? Like they want to get as much of the reality of my life as they can get in the allotted time that they can do it. You know what I mean? That's basically, you have X amount of couples on the show, or X amount of people on the show. The time is, what they can they can put in and what they can't. And basically, I think they want to get as much truth of what goes on in my day-to-day, everyday life. Of course, they want the most exciting things too. That makes sense. The most important things. But that's basically how and they call me and they're like, what's going on? What do we what are we scheduling next? Like that's pretty much how it works.
Yeah, but you've been doing some filming.
Yeah.
Recently.
We can't talk about it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There we go. There it is.
All that's irrelevant. Yeah, that's all that's irrelevant.
That's why I was saying
Yeah.
Okay, so a couple more questions about last night, the season finale last night. So when we were watching, we finally got it to work, and we finally got it up. Were there any things with you and Puppy that stood out to you? Anything you wanted to say about how you were represented, you guys together?
I think that, I don't know, I didn't know that, like when she said that she felt bad, that she was like, why didn't you call me? I should have been there for you. And when she did her OTF, which it's an on-fly interview, when she did her OTF towards the end, she had said that, she was like, I should have been there for her. She was like, this is making me reflect on what I should be doing and what I'm not, and I'm going to do better. I didn't know that she had said, I don't know, when you actually see in the moment somebody saying that, without it being mid-conversation or whatever, that made me feel good, you know what I mean?
So she hadn't said that to you, like...
she did say everything she was saying in the scenes, about feeling bad, and I should have called her, all those things, but that's one thing.
Yeah.
That's one thing, for us to be, like you said, for us to be talking, and for me to, like, I see you're upset, so it's making me upset, and I want to be there for you, but to be, like, taken off to the side and actually reflecting on, I should have, there's a reason that she didn't think to call me, there's a reason that, without me saying it first, that's cool, that says a lot.
That's a really good point, because like, even if she had called you, you know, and she had said that very same thing,
Yeah.
but it's like you're watching her interacting with completely different people.
Yeah, not without me being present.
Yeah. So it's like you had your community over here,
Yeah.
and then you have your communing over
Yeah.
here, and then she's with a completely different group, and it's kind of like a voyeurist
Yeah.
situation where you're like, wait a minute, that's how she thinks for real.
Yeah,
And
like she said
yeah.
that. She said, I'm reflecting now on, you know what I mean? And that says a lot. And it just goes to show the difference, like you've been saying all day, and we were saying yesterday, like, it's one thing when you're like, we're face to face and we're interacting. And for me to like, however you're feeling or whatever we're discussing, for me to have a specific reaction on it, whether it's positive or negative. It's another thing to be like on social media and, you know what I mean? Like I said, the telephone tough guy stuff, or just sending love and positivity, or whatever you want to do to give your input. But it's something completely different when you're alone and you're just like, you know what I mean? You're speaking out loud your thoughts, you know, not based on anything immediate here, one-on-one, none of that.
That's a great point, because we do get stuck up in our own head.
Yeah.
You know, and as your sister would say, I'm up in my feelings.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and she says that a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, there's that self-talk.
Yeah.
And that self-talk can be just poisonous.
But that was, I mean, to me, I was
was-
I was proud. I was like, dang,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
That made me feel good.
And because I had never watched the show before.
Yeah.
As you know.
Yeah, I'm like,
It was
I was like,
oh.
you don't watch the show, right? And she was like, didn't it just take us an hour to figure out how to watch this? I was like, good point. I was just saying.
But it was great to see, because I was seeing you once again, like you were saying, it felt odd to me and voyeuristic, because I saw you on your birthday, and we were talking about these
Yeah.
things.
I was
And then-
distraught. She's
yeah,
talking about,
yeah.
I was like having a nervous breakdown. Over
I mean, this
videos.
was like,
Yeah.
and it was late into the night, and it
Yeah.
went on and on and on. And then
Yeah.
I see you in front of these other people with a different community, and that to me was so authentic and so real. I didn't know, like she says, oh, I'm real. I'll say whatever. I don't care. We've been talking
Yeah.
forever about me writing a memoir for her. And when she was in the system the first time, she was like, oh, I have to tell you all these things that I did. And she was like, it's really hard. This is some rough stuff. Get ready.
Yeah.
And we just haven't gotten around to it, because she was saying at that time, I'm not afraid. I'll just say whatever.
And I'm really not.
And then now I'm seeing, like, yeah, absolutely 100%. So is there anything else I wanted to check in before we close it out? Anything? Anyone? Well,
I do want to put on here that everybody should follow me on social media. Amber.loveafterlockup on Instagram, and it's Amber Eggers on Facebook. They're all connected. If you, what is it on Instagram? A DM, PM, what is it? DM?
It's DM.
DM, I don't know,
DM.
whatever. Private message me
Yeah.
and say, this is where I'm following you from, whatever. I will eventually go in there and I'll follow you back. Yeah.
Direct message or
Direct
yeah.
message, DM, I don't know.
It doesn't matter. You could say either, because
Just message
they
me, okay?
cross, they cross-pollinate so much that it's
Yeah.
like, just message me.
Just
Yeah.
message me.
Yeah, yeah. And if you want to post, it would be hashtag Amber Eggers to get all her fans to react. Anything else that you can think of?
I think that's
There's
it
a-
pretty much.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining us. This has been wonderful.
Amber, we hope you come back.
Oh, yes.
We were just talking, we were
Yes.
actually just talking about this.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
We'd
Yeah.
like to hear more about your clothing line.
I'd be glad to, I'd be glad to come back.
Yes. And Dr. Cecil is
Yeah.
saying that about the clothing line
Yeah,
and
Dr.
everything.
Cecil, I had a good,
Yep.
long conversation with him yesterday. He was like, you really need to think about going to school out here. I was like,
Yeah, awesome. And then on the back of your shirt, you want to show the back of your shirt? If we can see it?
That's it, okay.
All right. There we go. All right, thank you. Thank you so much.
thank you guys. I appreciate y'all having me for real.
Ready for my close-up, Mr. DeVille? Hey, we got some students here from our Afrofuturism class. Hey, thank you for waving. That's and really, this particular presentation and talk, it's really a conversation more than anything about what Afrofuturism is and your ideas on how to Afrofuturize the HBCU experience. I'm Dr. Dana Little. This is Dr. Oh, you want to introduce yourself?
Please, go ahead.
I'm assistant producer of digital media studies at the University of Maryland, Eastern Shore. And this is?
I am Amy Hickenreader-Gooding. I'm a professor in the Department of English and Modern Languages.
And we should talk in unison right now. We are the instructors of a brand new interdisciplinary course at UMES called Afrofuturism. The third person in our group is not with us today. He's an artist, though. He's part of the Dr. Elvin Hernandez, and he's part of the Sequential Arts program here at UMES as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So yeah, this course is something. This is a love project of mine that I've been really passionate about, and this is probably the third iteration of this course. We've got former student here from I think the second iteration, but this is the first time it's been delivered in the interdisciplinary manner than it was intended, with 3 different instructors. When I mentioned the interdisciplinary, some students were like, discipline? What does that mean? But it's just really multiple teachers from multiple subjects to give a more, what would you say, comprehensive?
Yes, so the areas of expertise or specialties, we're able to zero in on that. So each one of us having a different area of expertise is helpful. But we do have overlapping expertise. So we're able to collaborate on that level as well, and hopefully offer. Well, we have the students here, so they can say whether or not we're offering them a better experience, a deeper and more, yeah.
They can say it's amazing. They're like, pressure.
And so we're feeling like, right now, I feel like we've been able to give them a breadth and depth that by myself I couldn't have done.
Right.
And it's great. Here's another thing. It's great seeing one of your colleagues teach and how their teaching process works. Or not just one, but 2 in this case. And I've learned a lot because I'm a newer professor, and Dr. HG over here has been doing it for a good
Old
long
and
while.
haggard. No, but that's true. That it's not just the students that are learning a lot from this, because we learn a lot from each other, and I have to say that we've learned a lot from our students.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's the really exciting thing about this class, I think, is that we really just give them a couple of ideas, and then we're like, okay, what do you want to do? Tell us about your creative ideas. And I mean, I could get on the soapbox about education and how we don't really have many opportunities to be creative. I don't know if you all would agree with that, but we focus a lot on tests and quizzes and those kinds of things, and not that your assignments aren't graded, but it's an opportunity for creativity to shine through, and that's something that I think we lose thereabouts in second, third, fourth grade.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There was research done on that. A NASA researcher, George Rand, did some research on looking into how creative you are when you're young, and then where it drops off,
Right.
and then offering opportunities for you to develop that muscle in your mind. And I can share that YouTube video to everyone later of his research in his TED Talk. But with Afrofuturism, one of the things that I think I really loved when Amy brought this to me, Dr. HG, sorry.
Please.
Amy, okay, Amy, was that she was so excited and done so much work gathering all the background that you needed in order to teach a class that is within a historical context, but is really flexing that creative muscle as far as how do we see this in the future. Sort of the CRT, the critical race theory of, we're looking back to see how we got where we are so that we can move forward in the best way possible.
Yeah, and Afrofuturism in and of itself is an interdisciplinary study of how art and technology and science and history and all those things kind of work together to sort of build a better future, and using the past to kind of catapult us into a better future, focusing on people of color and issues of representation. I mean, I think one of the things that always comes up is like, how did you get involved in this? Like, why do you care about Afrofuturism? And it was a kind of an interesting kind of trajectory, because I love dystopian stories. I love these ideas of what if. I love that question, what if? I think it's such a powerful question. And so dystopian stories essentially kind of plumb the depths of that. And then but I was reading everything that I read in school were these male authors. And I was like, well, aren't women writing? And so then I started doing my own research. Oh, Margaret Atwood and Ursula Le Guin. And I was like, but okay. And then, working at an HBCU, well, wait a minute. What's missing here? And so you just start amplifying and extending the lens, and it's just, the possibilities are there. But it really shows you what voices are given, are listened to, and how that needs to expand. So I think that, in a way, is kind of Afrofuturizing. The whole course sets out to do that. And I know that we have talked to students who have said that they want to hear more. And I don't know if that's something that anyone wants to talk about, but that idea of what stories or what's given in schools. And I think we're trying to.
Yeah, what was offered here, and that being a bit of a gap. So the requirements for African American history being non-existent right now, and so this is an area of opportunity. So while we're trying to develop those courses and get the students up to speed with needing and requiring those courses for graduation, this is a great opportunity for the history, but giving you that, I love that idea of giving them a chance to be creative. And I know in digital media studies, that's what I do. Typically, my activities are creation based, because that's how the students are going to get their portfolio done that they're going to need for their future careers. And there's like literally no one in this room and really no one around on Earth anymore who couldn't learn some more about how to interact with social media, with media literacy, as I've been talking, and that being computer and technology, and the messaging within computers and technology and a social and political realm. And how do you determine what a good source is? How do you determine what is true, what is factual? And then how do you create using those directives? So, and within Afrofuturism, one of the funnest things I've seen is some of the students' projects. So we just, of course it's midterm, so we just have been looking at the final portfolio ideas. So do you want to?
Yeah, we've got, I hope we can talk about their projects. Yeah. We've got a couple, and I'm excited. Maybe some
Tyler,
of the students who are here would like to share about some of the projects that they're
the microphone, I think the microphone was, there we go, awesome.
Hi everyone, my name is Tyler, and this is my fourth semester having a radio show with Hawk Media. This is, I suppose, my second official radio show. My first semester trying it, I kind of just went on the air and talked about random things. The two following semesters, I had a show called Asopic Topics, in which I went through different forms of media, films, video games, books, anime, and I looked for interesting points of discussion, or I looked for words of wisdom that's either expressed through something that someone said, something that they shared with someone else in the series, or it's just their way of life. So I went through their philosophies, tried to tie them to real world life and all that, just looking for advice or things to talk about. In this semester, I'm working on a radio show I call Blurred Nest with my friends here, in which we focus on the pop culture subset of Afrofuturism. So black people getting more involved with sci-fi, fantasy, anime. I'm currently reading a manga created by black artists. The characters are all black. It's pretty cool to see because, growing up, you have shows like Afro Samurai, you got shows like The Boondocks, which kind of pushes the border of cartoon and anime because they're very anime inspired, but it's nice seeing that sort of thing more common nowadays. So kind of want to shed the light on more artists that focus on that sort of thing, whether it's visual, whether it's written, or if it's auditory, because they're, subsets of, you could say nerdy music. They call it nerdcore, or You got more you got the electronics like EDM, vaporwave, lo-fi. Look for artists that specialize in that as well. So just bringing it to the forefront of the Black community.
Excellent, excellent. Bruce, did you want to share?
Hey, I'm Bruce. I haven't done anything super crazy like Tyler has. I didn't have my own radio show, but I am interested in like filmmaking, and so unfortunately, because I had started this project in the middle of the semester, it was midterm, I couldn't like film it. So what I wanted to do was write a radio play, but I'm going to record people like acting it out, kind of like. Have you ever seen someone like, people like read the scripts, but they all sit like together and they read it?
Table read.
Yeah, table read, exactly. It's basically like that. And it's basically going to be about, haven't worked out kinks yet, but it's basically going to be about the effects of capitalism on the Black community, like in two different ways. So one is going to be about how healthcare, it's going to focus on two characters. First character is going to focus on like healthcare and how it's hard for people like low income to like actually afford proper healthcare, and like if you're too rich for like government assistance but too poor to actually afford it, it's kind of like sucks to be there. There's also the second one is going to be about how education is kind of difficult to attain when you're low income also. So the way I'm going to like have these sort of set up, this was crazy because Tyler was so formulated, like it was so nice off the cuff, and I'm just making up as I go along. It's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. Different skill sets. But yeah, so the way I plan to do it is have it be about sort of a death game of some sort. It's like, think Squid Game. Have y'all seen it?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Ooh, crazy. Have you heard of it? Like, y'all know what it's about?
2 times.
Anyway, so basically people play games and they win money if they live. If they succeed in the game, they win money. If they fail in the game, it's up for them. So this is going to take place in a tournament, but since I don't have that much time, I'm going to make it like the final stage, basically. And then it's going to be a one-on-one. I'm going to go through the characters' backstories, and eventually, I'm not going to say how it ends. It's going to suck, so yeah.
And Bruce, you recently had a pretty major success. What was that?
Oh yeah! So
Yes, here we go.
So I took part in the
Black Caucus.
the 51st National Black Caucus, Young Black Director competition.
Yes.
Yes. It's basically Black creators from across the country will submit works that are like 5-minute like short films, and they are graded based on a certain criteria. And I made it to second place with my first film ever. So yeah.
Look at that. There we go. Awesome.
That is
Yeah,
awesome.
just forgot about it.
So yeah, so that's what gets me excited.
Oh,
is
yeah.
their projects are amazing.
Yeah, and that's and the cool thing too is you've got writing, you've got the delivery with the digital media, we've
Audio.
got audio, we've got a couple other students too who are doing art projects. London Wiggins, I believe,
Yeah.
is doing
Album covers.
yes, old science fiction movies that are very white, and she said that her family would watch these science fiction movies, and they loved them. But she's like, I want to re-envision them. And so she's going around and she's going to take photos of her friends, and then she's going to place them, interlay them over top of these traditional sci-fi images. And then she's going to show these new images that kind of harken back to these traditional films that she shared with her family and get their reaction. Like, what does it feel like to see this? I can't wait for it. That's going to be exciting. That's more of an art project. We've got Brittany Hall. I'm going to give a shout out to her because her play, Worth the Wait, which is based on her dad, who works at UMES, Mike Hall, and that'll be staged this semester, I believe. I don't know that we've got a date. She's got a date yet.
I don't think so either. I just know he's the strongest man on earth, and I knew about him before I came here. I had no idea.
But she's written a whole play about it, and it will be. Is it staged this semester or is it next semester? In any event, it's staged this year. She'll have a script. She's got a script already, and she's presenting a portion of it for our class. It might be staged. I think they're doing rehearsals, so I think it's next semester. But yeah, lots of.
Then one of our students is doing a mockumentary of the making
That's
of
right,
that
that's
play.
right.
So yeah, and it's a great example. I love Bruce's story, and Tyler has some great examples as well of taking work from prior courses, and then submitting that to contests or submitting it to get internships. And the opportunities, they just keep building. Once you have one success, now that's just more fodder for another success.
Right, and there are these opportunities.
Building your career.
Absolutely. Can I put you on the spot, Marcus? Marcus was in the second iteration of first. Was it the first one? Okay, it's time.
Last fall, whichever last.
Right. Of Afrofuturism. Can you talk a little bit about your experience and what that was like?
Hello, everybody. I'm Marcus. So, first of all, Dr. HG is a great professor because she's not afraid to ask some of the more tough questions. Because a lot of our professors are kind of unsure as far as how to approach us and questioning of certain, like phrasing of certain things. But Dr. HG actually almost let us essentially create the class in and of itself. And one of the ways she did that was we had a project where we could take any form of media, whether it was like a table talk or an interview, whatever the case may be, or even a movie, and kind of say like how we could not adapt. We were basically reflecting on it in the sense of like how does it represent us as individuals, like our experiences being black and things like that. So I decided to make a huge stretch of an argument. And there's this zombie apocalypse game called The Last of Us. And what I did was I used the different enemy types in The Last of Us game and reflected it based on like society. So I said like something called a clicker, which is a zombie that can't see but is always like making noise and drawing the attention of other zombies. I said that was a Karen, and so on and so on. And it was just like I presented my argument, and she didn't just say, all right, well, Marcus, this sounds like a far-fetched idea. Like, she let me make the argument, and she let me figure out what Afrofuturism was on my own. Like, we do have a base definition of the word, but it can be specific to the individual because it's based on our individual experiences and interpretations. We had one of my favorite other assignments that we were a part of, or basically we had this, I guess it was a documentary called Summer of Soul, which it talked about this free black festival that happened in Harlem, I believe, and I don't remember when it happened, but it basically had like every famous black celebrity at the time, regardless if they were like a C-tier artist or a A-lister, they would come to Harlem and throw this festival for just black people, or anybody could come, but mainly for black people to come and just experience these different forms of music. It wasn't just the stereotypical hip hop or R&B. Like, you still had the jazz, and you still had like other genres of music. Obviously, like even some of the gospel choirs around the country would come and do this festival, and it was just crazy to me because this was at the time frame that my great grandmother, who was 96 as of this passing July, she experienced these things. They talked about having to travel from DC to Harlem, New York, and just be a part of it, and I could get that. We talk a lot about transcendence in Afrofuturism as far as like how things are carried through tradition and the importance of it and things like that, and how it reflects, how something that happened 50 years ago can still reflect in today's society. So for me, that was an example of that transcendence, talking to my great-grandmother and getting this history lesson, but almost kind of physically like time traveling back and being in that moment as she explained it to me, and I could kind of reflect and say like, oh, well, this is how I see this in today. Like, just things like that help my creative juices as far as like how I understood the class.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Beautiful share.
Yeah, we had a good time there, and hopefully, you know, we'll continue to. The goal is to have this on the books. Maybe it's like a required class, and that students will, you know, and it'll be multiple disciplines like Afrofuturism through health professions, art,
Business.
business,
Fashion.
You know, yeah.
We went through all of them in the first few days of class. You
Yeah.
know, so we gave each student, and this, it really is all HG. So, you know, all her ideas and the foundation that she had set up. But it was great that, you know, when we were talking for the first time and with Dr. Hernandez, and we were just like, this could be so many different classes. This is just could be so many different specialties with individual teachers across the university, or even taking it on a workshop level. And then doing multiple workshops rather than, you know, the more formal classes. And, you know, maybe even a Hawk Media type of thing. We have some Hawk Media students here. Yeah. But yeah, Questlove, Summer Soul. It's 69 because Apollo was happening. And in the documentary they talk about
I
Apollo.
forgot the gospel lady that came there. I forgot her name.
Nina Simone was at the very end. Who were you thinking?
Mahala.
It was like
Mahalia Jackson. Mahalia Jackson.
Mahalia Jackson.
Yeah.
Mahalia Jackson, like my grandmother and my great grandmother, very specifically, like told me like they were essentially like a big fan, and like even though they knew like they participated in the festival, they didn't know because the whole point of Summer of Soul, well, another major point of Summer of Soul was that this was a televised festival that was essentially they hit the video of it. You could not go and find any video evidence of it until about, I want to say 2019 or 20, whenever it released on Hulu. And so it was like for something that significant, not in just the black community, but just in the states or in the country, just like to be hidden away, I think that kind of spoke to a little bit of the fear, because obviously we had like things like the civil rights movement and things happening around that time, so racial tensions were a lot more stressful at the time. But it was like they felt the need to essentially hide this from us. And like one of the questions were like, why did they feel the need? Because I guess at the time I would look at it and be like, oh, it's a festival. I'm not like any festival that any artist would throw. I would have the freedom to just click on the TV and turn it on or not. That was something that was hidden wide, and then we got into that. We got into how powerful that was at the time, and even for us in today's society. And it was just real interesting to go through that process.
Yeah, because we hear about Woodstock all the time, but hopefully, you know, now with Questlove Summer of Soul, more people know about.
Well, and he won the
cultural
Oscar.
festival.
So, I mean, that was really helpful too. And that was his
Yeah.
mission. His mission was to, you know,
Well,
basically
he didn't know
educate.
about it. Yeah.
Yeah, because he was like, why don't I know
I
about
didn't
this?
know
So he's-
about this. Yeah.
that's a great inspiration for you all to, you know, find the thing that that bugs you, the thing that needles at the back of your neck and goes, why this? Why that? Why about my community, about my experience? You know, where is that getting hidden? How can I illuminate it? And it doesn't really have to be creative necessarily. We talked in class the other day about documentaries, and we looked at This Is Pop with T-Pain and Autotune, and you know, and how you can make a story very emotional even though it's nonfiction, and uncovering these hidden truths. That's like the highest calling as far as I'm concerned. Were there any other students that had any questions or comments right now? This is Afrofuturism. For those of you at home. Any other?
There's a chat, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. I didn't check the chat. I'll check the chat if you want to fill
yeah.
in.
Another thing that we looked at was Lovecraft Country. When you think about like H.P. Lovecraft and these very white science fiction stories, and then Lovecraft Country, which then takes that and tells a completely different authorship, different viewpoint, but springboarding off of that. Has anybody seen Lovecraft Country? Yeah, yes, I know. You broke my heart and told me they canceled it, but it was so good. What did you think about it? Or anybody?
So, what was it? There was an episode, I forgot the title of the episode, Basically, the entire idea of the episode is that this black woman, they showed you like the typical black woman growing up in like, I want to say it was the 60s, or if not earlier. I don't really know the time frame of it. But just her going through like the segregation and everything, like having to deal with racism and stuff like that. And then she met this guy, and I don't remember how she met the guy, but she met the guy and woke up, and he was able to turn her into a white woman. She literally woke up in a white woman's skin. She didn't know that he turned her into this. She just was like, when she saw herself in the mirror, she saw, because they literally show you like this kind of first person view of her just walking through the street, like in normal day, her regular route to her job or like to her home. And she, like, all the white people in the show were just like saying good morning and things like that, like being very polite and things of that nature. And then like it wasn't until she like looked in the mirror and was like, oh, like I am a white woman now. Like it was weird. And like initially she still had the mentality of a black woman, I'll say, as far as like, no, like I'm still scared to people and things of that nature. But as time went on and she got accustomed to being in the white skin, you saw her mentality and her attitude and everything about her personality just change slightly over time. And like it kind of made us think about like, 'cause it's basically that whole like step into someone else's world, literally. And as she's fighting between like her black mentality and now she's trying to adopt this white mentality, but she still has to like kind of stay home to herself a little bit. It's almost like what's the term when I can't talk to you as a teacher the same way, I can't talk to my friends the same way I talk to a teacher. Like it's thank you, code switching. It kind of was like seeing code switching in a more literal sense, because all of her survival instincts in the world were black born instincts. But we also have, as human beings, we also have to adapt to whatever rules, regardless if we're going to a new job, bring another life into the world, things of that nature. And she eventually, the guy would always tell her at the end of every day, like, you can choose. Like, it was a potion that she eventually had to take. You can choose to be a part of this life, or you can go back to your older life. And she always, like, initially was hesitant about choosing to be a part of the white life. But as I said, she got accustomed to it, and then it became more of a common occurrence for her. But she eventually did work her way back into becoming the black woman that she was originally, just because she essentially realized like all the good things that she was getting was only because she was in this white skin. She remembered that these things would not be true if she was still in her original circumstances. She felt like she was losing herself along the way. So that was one of like the more interesting episodes in the series.
Yeah, it's a really powerful series.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's hard to watch in a lot of ways. But you know, one of the things that came up and made me think of, and I had forgotten about it, but we had a student in the class, St. Jerome. He was in architecture, construction, and he did his project on, I think he did Benjamin Banneker. He did a really great project. He was talking about it, and I remember just casually as he was talking about it, I said, oh yeah, I remember, because my father was in construction. I said, one of my favorite things to do is like when we're out or walking around, is going into a house that's under construction and just wandering around. And the look on the class's faces, everybody's eyes got huge, and I'm thinking, what's wrong with that? What? And just the look of like sheer terror, and I asked, and St. Jerome said, you can't do that. That's trespassing. I'm like, no, it's not. But the different space that I take up, and I was like, wow, that's eye-opening. I mean, technically it probably is trespassing, but a different ability that I wouldn't think about it. And it was just, it's those learning moments. I think they're so important. And I mean, I love the class because students are and auto-tune. And I've never looked at it from that point of view. And so that's eye-opening for me.
Yeah, and looking at the subtleties.
Yeah.
Trying to look at the subtleties of where we're at, our community, and our expectations around our community. And how does our media feed into those expectations? And then how we spin that so that it's reflecting what we want to see or what we expect. And so that we can take, as the journey of a character, they start in one place and they should change by the end. And so, we want to look at that. We want you guys to tell us What do you want? What is your world? How is your world different from my world as, a person of color or as,
Right.
someone not of color or
Right.
whatever?
And if the world's not changing, what can you do to make that change? And that, I think that sense of, that's the thing that I love about the whole philosophy of, and talking about this too with Afrofuturism, even within Afrofuturism, there's that divide. Well, okay, Afrofuturism covers this, and we talked about this a couple weeks ago, but Okorafor is another African author who says, no, it's not Afrofuturism, we need to look at African futurism, which is a whole different kind of track. And I just think that it amplifies the story, so it's not just one thing. And that's what the class is trying to do.
Yeah, in my experience, how I was introduced to Afrofuturism, I had done some reading. Okorafor was one of she kind of redefined it a little bit. But I was actually at the University of Glasgow in Scotland. And they had the Africa in Motion Film Festival. It's been going on for over 30 years. And I was asked to speak, and I was like, I'm going to have to do a lot of quick research.
Yeah.
And I watched a lot, and they were offering us the short films. It was, it was a film festival. So I could watch them and be educated from that perspective of people from the continents, because that's what this is, Africa in Motion.
Right.
Not African American, not Scottish African or whatever. But it was fascinating to me that not only was this in Scotland, but the Africans that were running this, it's just really interesting, actually put on the festival and were running it at that point, were all South Africans, but they were white South Africans. And it was fascinating to me that in their experience, they were others because they were lesbians. So it's like they had this really interesting liminal space that they were navigating, and doing actually pretty beautifully at it, because they were never offensive and they were always empathetic and always open-minded. And that's what we're hoping comes out of your exploration, your self-exploration, can help you be more empathetic as well. Because we are, one of our students who's not here, she couldn't make it today, but she had said when we were asking, how would you Afrofuturize, do you remember that class, the HBCU experience it specifically? And one of the students said, I would like us to discuss colorism, and her experiences around that. So there's a lot of different areas you could cover, when you're talking about this one little sliver of a genre of a subgenre of a subgenre.
Well, I was even thinking when you were talking about sexuality and gender there a little bit about Camille's project that she's doing this semester called Pretty Boy, and where she is exploring fashion and identity and sexuality for men in the African American community, and how that's perceived and accepted or not, and the different conflicts there.
Yeah. How many of you men in here, how do you feel like, is it easy for you, here's a quick, really simple question, how easy is it for you to express your emotions? Marcus, if you want to hand the mic to you. You can do it, it's okay. See, that's the answer. There's the answer right there. Yeah, and when I was teaching fundamentals of contemporary speech, one of the young men, he got up and that was his speech, was all about mental health, and how difficult it is, and how hamstrung he feels as an African American man and a young man to just openly express himself, and how destructive that can be.
Right.
And that is, it's got to be talked about. And you can, and by the way, the futurism side of it can be very subtle. We've talked about that. So it doesn't have to be this hardcore fantasy, what's called.
Doesn't have to be robots involved.
Right. Not a bottom up, Tolkien fantasy.
Yeah.
It can be very minimal.
Going back to that whole idea of mental health and thinking about education, I think that's another aspect that, focusing about education, and Bruce, you had talked about issues of capitalism and economics informing, whether or not you go to school or who can go to school or who has access, but also external life factors. What other responsibilities are going on that aren't, it could be just the assumption like, oh yes, you're going to go to school, but there might be family obligations, there might be health issues, there might be personal conflicts that, and everybody has struggles, but I think that maybe there's not been a cohesive discussion about what that might mean for the population that we're dealing with.
Yeah, for the overall community. If you have a whole group of, 48 to 50% of your population, and at HBCU maybe a little less than 48%, who are finding it difficult to function and express themselves, then what does that do to the entire community? So we did have a question.
Yeah.
And it was from Dr. Cravens, and so that's an allegory for passing, is her question. And I'm actually not sure where I got lost on what she was referencing exactly, but I think that it was to your point, what you were talking about, Marcus.
Claire Kendry and Irene Redfield. That's a great book. Nella Larson. I'm going to plug it. Dr. Cravens, definitely. That idea of colorism in passing and who has access to certain spaces and how that affects itself in the community. Also about the community, I know one thing that, the Media and Community Festival is trying to do, and one of the things that we're here today to talk about is this idea of the town and the gown and bridging that aspect. I'd be interested in hearing from the students about like how you feel about the community and what would you like to see from our school and the community, the larger community, as we sort to connect. It's all about, I think one of the things that we've talked about in terms of Afrofuturism is that amplification. And that's what we want to do. We want to expand and extend the frame. So what would you like to see more of? Does anybody have any thoughts about that in terms of like the school level or the community level, or even if you think about, the utopian level, like your perfect community school experience, what would that be?
So
I feel like expanding anything on a community level at school, at an HBCU particularly, is kind of hard because like going through your life naturally, it's like everyone has to put on this air of nothing bothers me because going outside of a black community is like there's something coming at you regardless of what you're doing. So then for me coming to UMES, it's like I want to do fun things, but what I consider fun, you need to look a little stupid. Like you have to be willing to let your guard down to do. And a lot of people are not willing to do that. It's like, I want to have fun, but I still want to keep this air about me so that no one thinks anything that I don't want them to think about myself. And it's like, if you want to dance, dance. If you want to sing, sing. If you want to jump around and run through fields, run through the field. But a lot of people don't want to do that because you're trained to present yourself a certain way because how we present ourselves is a lot more important than how other communities might present themselves because we're already looked down upon. So it's like these moments where we can let our guard down and still like, but can I really? So in my perfect world, everyone can have fun doing what they want to in a safe space and not feel as though they need to keep this air about them that restricts them from having fun.
Wow, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
What if everybody said what they wanted to say and did what they wanted to do, within reason? yeah, like, but you felt comfortable enough to be authentically who you wanted to be. Yeah, that's beautiful. Yeah. Did you?
Mainly with what I see with how a community should be run in terms of like like that, like intermingling different ideas from people in different fields. I've just more so been about that and trying to do that in my own current field of like electrical engineering technology, because one way or another, when we go into society, we're all gonna need to intermingle and share ideals with one another anyway. So I just kind of want to see, or still figure it out, how those ideas sort of commingle with one another.
But that's a really good point. You know, when you're creating, you're an electrical engineer. I was playing with the stuff that you're yesterday in the ballroom. That is a way of Afrofuturizing. You know, that is a way of looking at the future and going, I see myself there in a space that traditionally you wouldn't see. That's awesome. Anyone else for?
What I would like to see at a community level is not only just more stories being told, but in a way better stories. I've kind of become more aware of the way a lot of black characters are written in a lot of different series. I'm aware of the concept of the token black character. In fact, funny enough, I saw an episode of South Park where I learned that the one black boy in the main cast, his name isn't even Token, it's Tolkien, as in J.R.R. Tolkien. I was like, oh, I thought his name was Token, as in like the token black. And like the whole episode was like, why would somebody name their child Token Black? Like that's kind of, I was like, I mean, yeah, but you know, it's what a lot of people would say. But I kind of like the idea of seeing more characters that they're good characters, but they just happen to be black. Like it doesn't have to be, I'm just a good black character. I'm a good character who happens to be black. I'm not really I'm not too big a fan of like a lot of rewrites. Like more often, you know, it's become more of a joke nowadays. Like you see like a lot of characters who are originally ginger are now black characters in like newer media. Switch to oh yeah, you know, from soulless to soul food, as I say. But it's become an interesting thing to see. But it just kind of makes me wonder like why. And then you see like on the internet, the community is kind of divided about it. It's like, I mean, it's great that we're getting representation, and then I'm for the argument at the same time. Like, yeah, but like, don't you want more original black characters, more authentic black characters, rather than just settling for a character that already existed and now you're just changing their skin tone? And they make the argument, you know, it doesn't tie into their character, so it shouldn't matter, but like at the same time, isn't that also what people are looking for to a degree? So I want to see more stories being told and better stories being told for characters at the same time.
Little Mermaid.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else? Anyone else want to contribute to?
'Cause I just have a plethora of like responses and things. So, quick question: when you say community, do you mean the black community or the UMES community, or both?
Both?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say.
Yeah.
So, as far as the UMES community, Dr. HG, last fall, we talked about how we are not my generation, are not the era of we are going to go to the town hall meetings and things of that nature. We are more willing to have open conversation and things that you obviously would in the town hall meeting. But as far as like going to these traditional places to have these conversations, we don't typically like to do that. I say that because one of my favorite things about Dr. HG and also your friend Dr. Barrett Gaines is I think one student, and if I can be real, one student asked her out the blue the first day of class, like, well, how are you as a white teacher going to teach me about Afrofuturism? I love the fact that she wasn't scared to answer the question, because I think there is something to say. Like, obviously, race affects both sides as far as like the interaction. And I don't personally believe we're going to get anywhere if we don't understand how to interact with each other on both sides. So as far as the UMES community, I feel like too many professors or faculty members, whoever, y'all have y'all title. We understand that y'all worked tirelessly to be professors, doctors, this, that, and the third. But we still need to see y'all as human beings at the end of the day, because that's going to make us want to question, not question you in a disrespecting way, but question you to understand, to further our understanding. And if more faculty members and people of that nature would be more humanized, I think you would have more professors like in student interaction. And I think that's a big problem in a lot of HBCUs, because we're not always the most funded to have these plethora of teachers. I've had the same 2 or 3 professors in the sociology department. I love them dearly, but like I am still kind of getting 2 personalities, and that can affect how someone interacts with the professor in the class and things like that. And I understand professors y'all deal with thousands of students online and in person. But again, like we still need, as a student, we still need to have some way that we can interact with you without, that's going to make us not be scared to interact with you, basically. And that's going to allow us to interact with each other in the classroom. That's going to further everybody's understanding. In the Black community, to piggyback what everybody else is saying, one of the things we discuss in Afrofuturism is that there's not just one way to be Black. There is a plethora of ways to be Black. And the problem is, even though we understand that there is a plethora of ways to be Black, we don't create those safe spaces. We don't reinforce it. Like, we typically still follow these are the thugged out Black kids, or these are the kids that are just going to sit here and hide their face behind a comic book or stuff like that. Like, no. There's a variety of ways to be a human being in general. So, like, if people would be more comfortable, and I don't know how you get to that, but if people would be more comfortable by seeing, more representation of things, or just more teachers or whoever willing to share their experience and therefore humanizing themselves to somebody, I think that would be a step in the right direction.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
That's heavy.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Great.
So yeah, I think that what you're saying there is that there's common ground, and we get to know each other and we build community around common ground. And that even though there are different ways to be Black, you're going to have these other areas, like Tyler was saying, of just overlapping interests. It doesn't have to, it just, you happen to be Black, and you also happen to like comics, or you also happen to like, opera, I don't know. And you're going to find with your faculty members that if they let you in a little bit, they lower their guard and they're vulnerable. It offers you the opportunity to come in and meet them halfway and be vulnerable with them. Is that correct?
That is a beautiful way to summarize what I say. That's why you're a doctor.
But that vulnerability gets back to that question, or that the project that Camille is exploring, that idea of vulnerability. And I don't know that that's something that any of us are really comfortable with. I mean, because talking about roles, you have and what you were saying, you have you put on that you're here for this, you act this way, and so that idea of vulnerability is hard to get there. And so that does play back into the idea of creating a community where you can have those conversations and ask those questions, and not be afraid to say, I don't know, or you tell me.
Yeah, and be wrong. Be
And
wrong
be
sometimes.
wrong.
I've been corrected. And it's like, wow. It's like, thank you.
And-
Thank you so much. I didn't
Yeah.
want to, it's edifying, and it's kind of liberating when a student comes to you and they have a correction, and you can be like, that is refreshing. You trusted me enough, to come to me and correct me. And then now I'm all the better for it. We're all the better, everybody in the group.
Yeah, that's a hard place to be, even for students, because like we tried to do this in Afrofuturism, and I don't know if you guys struggled with this, where you're like, what do you want to do? You do whatever you want. You tell us what you want to do. And where so often you will write this page and it will be this. Now we did eventually kind of come up with something, because I think there's a little bit of growing pains in that. I mean, you spend your whole 12 years of your education, until you get to college, and then 4 more years, and this is what you have to do, just tell me what I need to do and let me do it. I mean, we sort of go through these robotic kind of motions about, let me check this box, let me do this thing. And if we can break out of those boxes, if we can break out of those confines and just really like have authentic conversations, it's amazing what can happen. It's hard though, and you're not going to get there in a semester.
Yeah, it's an ongoing process.
Yeah.
And it's just like with anything that we take for granted, we have to keep, you're reminding yourself, keep checking back in. Check
Right.
back in, go, am I doing this? Am I really doing, I'm
Right.
doing it properly? And with as much kindness and gentleness to myself as to anybody else. And I think that one of the things that was awesome with watching you teach, so we teach together in the beginning of the course, and then we take 3 different weeks separately, and then we meet back again at the end. And I sit in on a couple of her classes, and she's throwing out these ideas that are mind-blowing to me. When you see, I researched Dirty Computer, and Janelle Monáe was she's in my dissertation. And you were teaching me things about something that I have specific background on. And so if you allow yourself that, hey, yeah, sure, I'm an expert, or I think I am, or whatever, but I can learn more. And there's always going to be a perspective. I have my one perspective. And I can switch sometimes, and I can turn around, and I can try to empathize, but you are the only person who gave me your perspective, and I have to respect that and value it.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I love about this class is because I'm learning so much, from you as well. And Elvin, Dr. Hernandez, I'm learning so much about art. And to go in and say, and I will say, 100% confidence, I can't do a unit on Afrofuturism in music. I got nothing. We did the Janelle Monáe, we did the emotion picture she did. But in your class, Marcus, I think I made that an assignment. Like, okay, pick an artist. Come, you teach the class. You come tell me. And it was great. It was amazing. We learned so much. Yeah. And I want to say, Gus had.
I think Gus had the best one. I forgot. He found like some underground to me.
Weren't they friends of his too that had gone on?
I think they were based out of DC.
Yes, yeah. It was
like, again,
amazing.
What makes, and I haven't had the pleasure of having this professor, so I'm just speaking in general sense. Most professors that any student is going to have problems if it's HBCU or PWI, there is this very structured, okay, I'm the expert, you're going to sit here and take notes and listen to me essentially vent about whatever I need you to learn for the next hour or so. And it's like, okay, if you're having a conversation with somebody, if I'm trying to get you to understand something, I can't just vent at you blindly. Like, yeah, it'll make me feel better, but there needs to be some type of back and forth. That's where the questioning and the creative thinking or the critical thinking, all of that comes in. So for Dr. HG's case, like, she took a risk. She did not know how, especially because it was the first class, she did not know how this Afrofuturism class was going to work. Yes, she had a curriculum to follow by. She had some guidelines, structure, but she did not know how to exercise that. And it's okay, because I think a lot of people worry about like, oh, like I don't have this foundation, oh, I don't have this structure. If you know somebody, and I understand not everybody has this privilege, but if you know somebody that is a little bit more experienced or knowledgeable in their area, and I don't care if they're like in sense of levels, if you have a level 1 understanding and they have a level 3, it's still higher than you, go talk to them, figure something out, and then maybe both of y'all could progress to level 5, level 6 that they're. So for Dr. HG, she took that risk, and we just happened to be a good class where we can show her like, hey, like we can still turn this lesson to make it a lot more productive for us. And she obviously liked it because she's speaking on it now, and it's been a year. So
Yeah, it's like with athletes. They say you always play against somebody who's better than you. It rises your game. We all rise together. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah. Another thing that we talk about in the class is about how it should be on the uplift, about the idea of putting positive energy into the world through the creations or what we watch instead of focusing on. I know that a lot of artists and writers have come out and talked about how it's almost, well, I think the language they use is it's like trauma porn, almost the way to tell these stories, and it's just that's what gets celebrated instead of the joy and the celebration. Another artist that we looked at was Cleaver Clay, who does a Black Joy project, and it just captures moments of Black joy, and you think, well, what would that look like? It's just revolutionary because it's not what you usually see in the media and portrayed in for entertainment. So it's interesting there. I don't know. But if you start to think, like, what would I capture if I had to capture that in my own life? Like, what would that be? It's just a good moment of creativity.
Yeah, and when we were talking the other day in class about the fact that hope punk, and different things different spins that you can put on a dark situation, that if you're getting someone's like completely bombarding you with negativity, you can just turn that right back on them. You can be a reflection of them. But then that just means you're both ingrained in that, and you're kind of stuck. It's quicksand.
Yeah.
But you can take that and we started with This Is Pop, that auto-tune episode, where T-Pain at the beginning is very emotionally, he's crippled. And he's been destroyed by one of his closest friends, Usher. And at the end, he's actually been uplifted. And he was able to, and through the process of the story, you're able to see how he got there. So you can have the dark, is that, show that these things are a process, and that in the storytelling process, you should be looking at someone growing or changing in some way. And hopefully that's helping illuminate their particular struggle. And this struggle can be the Black struggle, or it can be an individual within the community, or the entire community, or how you affect the entire community.
Right.
Because he changed music.
Yeah.
Any questions? Any comments? We'd love to hear from you guys. You guys on this side? Anyone? Bruce?
So, like, to answer the question you posed earlier, like, what changes would I make in the community, or like on the school level?
Yeah.
I would definitely change the way history is approached, because there's a saying that like history is always told like from the victors. So I would like to change that a bit and like make it so that like history is told from both sides. That like the side that won, the side that lost, the side that the takers and the taken. That everyone's story has a chance to be told. That everyone's culture has a chance to be appreciated. So that we all have like a chance to like better understand one another and better live and improve the world that we live in together. I think that would solve a lot of our problems. So, yeah.
Yes.
I like that.
And what Dr. Hernandez was talking about, one of his students that had come up with his story about an African king that had emigrated up into Scandinavia.
Yes.
And had conquered there and was now a hero there. That's that fantasy level, and kind of one of those curious stories that was twisted.
Yeah.
Twisting a classic story, a myth.
Yeah, absolutely. Is there anything that anybody's like watching or listening to or is excited by that you think that might fit into the realm of Afrofuturism, or just something that you want to share?
The movie, The Woman King.
I haven't seen it yet.
I think that would be
Yes.
very good. Obviously, everybody's able to stream it.
Right.
They're able to show it in class, I think.
Yes, absolutely.
Excellent.
Nope.
Nope. That is
so
actually
good.
that is in the syllabus and on the docket.
Yeah, so good.
I'm currently reading a webcomic called Daybreak, and I think it's interesting because it's very Black. It's pro-Black, pro-LGBTQ, and that's something that's also kind of being worked on. It was also a problem that was seen in Lovecraft Country as well. I think it was his father.
Yep.
Right, and that sort of suppression, the mental health that ties into having to hide your sexuality in that time period and in this time period, because, in a lot of Black households, it's still not that widely acceptable to be openly gay, to be trans. It's just not regarded as good looking in a lot of parts of the community. So I'd like to see more of that.
As someone who chooses all the wrong options, I very much enjoy history to a terrible degree. And I told my mom, because, like, I was always interested in history, but, like, I've really ramped it up, like, when I got to college, even though, like, that's not my major. But, like, one day I was just going through some story that I had found, and I called my mom, and I was like, I think one of the hardest jobs is to be a Black historian, because you uncover all these things you were never told, you were never taught, and it's like, there is so much more here than what we think there is. And I sat and thought about it. It was like, how many Black people are in our history books in high school? Like, going through it. And I was like, 5, maybe? If that. So it's like, for me, to piggyback off what Bruce was saying, like, history can be shown from both the winners and the losers side. I think it's a slippery slope, because then you end up with, like, the Confederates who lost, but they still wrote American history. And it's like, everything that we don't get taught, it's not just us not being taught this. Like, the white community is not being taught either. So then when they wonder why people are mad, or still mad, it's like, well, some of us are mad about, like, the baseline things, but others of us are mad about, because we went deeper and found that we have every right to be mad. And just because you don't know doesn't mean that I should tiptoe around why I'm angry. So it's like, I will do what I can to be as open and honest with you and try not to snap at you, because it's not your fault. It's like, just because I tell a white person, like, hey, slavery, that's a thing to be mad about. And it's like, well, I didn't do it. I was like, I didn't say you did it. Like, chill out. I'm like, obviously you didn't do it. Unless you're like 300 years old, you didn't do it. Chill out. It's fine. So it's like, just be open to hearing history. And I think that history should be a mandatory course in an HBCU. Because when I first got here and they were trying to set up my schedule, because, like, I was kind of rushed into the school because I came in the spring. So when I first got here and they was trying to rush me in and picking my classes, there was like, the lady was like, well, how do you feel about history? And I was like, oh my God, I love it. And she was like, what? Perfect. And put me in an African American history class. And I was like, most people would skip over that class. And it's like, most people should probably definitely be taught it. And it's like, why? I get the distinction of saying, like, this is African American history. And it's like, the more you learn, the more you realize that it is integrally American history. There is not much distinction. So it's like, from inventors you've never heard about because their ideas or inventions were stolen, to atrocities that are committed. Like, there is no reason that so many people shouldn't have known about the Tulsa massacre. And the only reason they found out was because of Watchmen. So it's like, history is important and it impacts the future more than a lot of people like to admit. And it should be taught.
Well, that's exactly what, well, first of all, Dean Stevenson is going to love you as a historian, you know, and as someone who's really pushing to get us there, to get us that required course. I've been talking with him, and it's definitely in the future, very near future. And so we're trying to do courses like this so that we can give you as much of the African American history bits that you haven't gotten. I uploaded some stuff in the class module on Canvas about Harriet Tubman because I asked in class, how many of you all have been to the Harriet Tubman Museum? Anyone? Awesome. That is sweet. I'm very happy to hear that. And so there are so many, for those of you who know, there are 2 different sites, by the way. And the one site has, it's just like masses of amounts of the historical figures in African American history who have created things, just created things. And then they have the entire section of people who were going in and creating what is that we are having right here, HBCUs. So what we have right here, you have to thank for your, you know, Does that make sense? It's kind of, in Watchmen, by the way, even though, you know, it's sad that you have to learn from a TV show, but that was Afrofuturizing, you know, because Watchmen, the Alan Moore graphic novel was not, there's nothing. It's completely different than Alan Moore's graphic novel. So, and then the movie, of course, which was based on the graphic novel. So, were you going to say something? Oh, yeah.
Hi, I'm new.
Hi.
This is my first semester here.
Oh,
but
awesome.
just to kind of
Welcome.
like connect with everyone else, I know when I was in high school, I went to a private high school, and it was a lot of white people. And I was determined to make sure that Black history was told.
Oh, nice.
I was determined. I did a newspaper, and I had like one Black history person, and then like a picture of them, and I did like a description of how it is. And then the other thing I would do is I would challenge my teachers.
Nice.
I don't do it that much, but I would. So like there was an assignment where she was like, "How do you feel about cops?" And I was like, "They're killing Black people. I don't like it." And I wrote that in pen and turned it in. And I was hoping she was gonna say something, but she didn't. But I definitely agree. And then I actually had this one teacher who actually like communicated back to me and was like, "Yeah, this is it." And I was like, "Oh my gosh, like we're having a civilized conversation." So I agree with what everyone else is saying.
Awesome. That's, you know, while you're here, we're trying to get, Dr. H.G., we're trying to get a journal or some sort of print, you know, maybe something that you could help out with,
Yeah,
newsletter.
especially since it's your first semester. That's great. Yes, please. Contact information, because that's the thing that we want to center: student voices and creative spaces. And you know, like you said, HBCUs, you know, are a site of doing that.
Historically.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't start, you know, University of Maryland Eastern Shore didn't start this way. We weren't this. You guys probably, hopefully, you know this. And you mentioned Dr. Catherine Barrett Gaines. If you spend any time with her, you're going to find out.
She
Yeah, so-
literally threw HG on my schedule. Like, did not, because she's my advisor, and she literally was like, you have any more elective classes? Oh, yep, you do. You ever talk to Dr. HG? No, you haven't? Okay, you should take this class. Like, literally, that's how I got into Afrofuturism, and I was better for it. What I wanted to say real quick, just as far as like what we as a community can do, this is both the UMES community and the Black community, is, oh, I just lost my structure that fast. That's crazy. When I was talking earlier about be willing to having the tough conversations, because you can. I understand, especially in today's society, we're all very concerned about sensitivity and everything like that. But I think a lot of people, I guess, misconstrue. There's a difference between asking a question that's like disrespectful in nature and stuff like that, and you know, like kind of being like walking on eggshells. And I feel like so many people are actually just walking on eggshells and just need to go ahead and ask their question and like let's figure it out like together, like help me structure my question so that I'm not walking on eggshells and things of that nature. Like I had another professor, let me give you two examples. One example was in my history class, we actually had a police officer in class, and we talked about basically like stop and frisk and things of that nature, like what goes through the mindset of a police officer. He was a white police officer. We had a discussion and it got a little out of hand at points, just because, out of hand in the sense of, I think everybody was shocked at like some of the things he was saying as far as like the reasoning, like that there is not just like this race-based thing for everybody. There is a process, and he described the process, but I think the problem is for him, when he's describing this process that he's trained to go through, it sounds like he's dismissing what these people experienced. And I think that's always going to be a hard thing. Like it's always like you're always walking on the edge with that. But if you don't ask some of these like nail-biting questions, you are going to, I think, affect the learning from everybody in the classroom, because like it's just treated as this taboo thing. And it's like, and whereas I look at them, it's like, no, like there's a conversation there. We just need to figure out how to have the conversation. So as long as we make that our focus. Even I think Afrofuturism, you were explaining to me that it was an experimental class at first. It wasn't something that the university had. Me personally, as a student, as a senior about to graduate, I don't understand why it took us this long to have Afrofuturism. But that's just me. But I understand, like, please convince the school to have some of these more experimental, nail-biting type of classes. We have another professor that's about to have a genocide class. I think that that's an amazing thing to do. He even asked me and Elisa to help him structure some of the questions as far as like what might we want to hear in class, even though we'll be gone at that point, but it'll still help the future of those kids. And maybe Afrofuturism, you will have a class where Afrofuturism doesn't sit well with everybody. You will have a class, and that's okay, because even if it doesn't sit well with the class overall, that's still an experience that they had. You don't necessarily have to have this class gotta have everybody straight, well, you hope everybody has straight A's, but it doesn't have to be this perfect setting. It can be a messy in nature classroom, and I think that will give you the best like critical thinking students.
That's awesome. So if we're coming to one another, you're building community around respect, you're saying, you know? And part of that respect is acknowledging someone else's, where they're coming from, their issue of, okay, I get that you have this issue with policing. Now we're going to set that aside for a second while I tell you my position on how I try to police.
Because a lot of it is also, like, as far as how people are framing the question is, I don't like when people are willfully ignorant. I think if you're willfully ignorant, then you are going to be seen as disrespectful, because now it's kind of like you're dismissing everything, like we thought the police officer was, where he had to step back and be like, no, this is why I'm saying this. This is our process that we're taught. This is typically what happens. I'm not saying that there aren't bad experiences. I'm not even saying that there are not a lot of bad experiences. But if you ask me, officer, what is your process for stop and frisk? And I tell you, hey, this is what we're taught. I can't really combat. That's what we're taught. And that's really not necessarily a question. When we're getting into like police brutality and things and the bad side of stop and frisk, it's really a case-by-case thing. And you have to understand the line of thinking with those people as individuals, or even somewhere it is like a kind of like a hive mindset. But you have to understand that mentality. You have to ask these questions so that now you're like, okay, well, I know this person, if I do this person's going to think that. I think that's how you attack those type of situations.
Oh, that's a great point, because the hive mind, yeah, in any community, where a human being is susceptible to that. So then we have to think about how do we, make it so that the group doesn't just attack mindlessly. And that willful ignorance, yeah, that's a huge problem. But I did a couple of quick thoughts and questions. We do want to make this course a regular course. We've talked about it with the chair, and hopefully that will happen. It looks like it will, but we're working on that. We've been working on, I've gotten African American cinema in the spring. And like I said, Dean Stevenson working on getting those requirements in place for African American history and history in general, and building up that program a little bit more. And also, finally, and I'll let you have the final word, is how many of y'all, by show of hands, would like to do more of these events where, I would maybe down in ESC in the radio station, or it would probably be easier in the TV production room, where we have conversations like this and we teach each other. Show of hands, how many people? Excellent, sweet. Good to know, fantastic. And that's what we want to move toward. I would say in the spring, start looking for opportunities, and we'll have postings and whatnot to that end.
Yeah, I think that we're trying to hopefully move toward education that's more of a dialogue instead of just a lecture, where we're getting out of those roles and we're having these conversations and we're all learning from each other. And we have Dr. Hudson is here, the art.
Yes,
isn't that the
he's
art?
supposed to come in at 3 o'clock, so we're a little after 3.
But he's got a display here, doesn't he? Doesn't he to show his work? Or
He is supposed to. I don't know exactly where he's going to be showing it. No, that's totally fine.
Yeah, but hopefully maybe he can talk a little bit about what he's working on.
Yes, because he started the sequential arts program, and that's what we're hoping he could let you know a little bit more about if any of y'all are interested in that program. And in his process, his writing, we were saying the secrets behind his actual art. Yeah, stick around, please.
And even beyond that, like this, hopefully, as you're in college and as you're taking classes, that you'll look at it for a space where you can test out things. So you might, believe me, I'm not an artist, but I play one on TV. But you go ahead and try and you test things out, and even coming up with ideas, you might find somebody you can collaborate with. That's always exciting. So those of you who are here in your first semester or a couple semesters in, or just starting to think about, look for those opportunities where you can really test your voice and be creative, be curious, because that's what it's all about. I think sometimes we look at classes as a checklist, and sure, you want to get your degree, you want to eventually get out, move on, go to graduate school, that's the goal, right? Get great jobs. But this is such a great space to just be curious, and that's something that I think that we lose.
Yeah, it's the intangibles. Like you can learn a lot from your YouTube videos and from just being more of finding the layman and going, hey, what do you know? And we learn from each other, that's fine. But the university has a different place in society. It doesn't only have to be about those career goals. It's the soft skills. That's what the HR departments in different major corporations are saying, that they're not finding people who have those soft skills. They need employees who can communicate. You guys are very good communicators. This is awesome. We're gonna wrap it up.
We're getting the signal.
We are getting the signal, and we'll let Mr. Hudson come in and show what he has. Please stick around for him. And look, keep your eyes open. We're going to be putting out as much material as possible so that you know where you can locate these opportunities for conversations and learning more about African American history. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for coming.
Good afternoon. My name is Brad Hudson. Here to talk to you a little bit about my artistic process. I am born and raised on the Eastern Shore. I grew up loving comics and loving science fiction and loving to draw and loving to make art. So I'll just tell you a little bit about myself, tell you a little bit about what I've done in the last few years, tell you about my career at UMES and things like that. And if anybody has questions, I'll answer them as they need to be answered. So I started off as an artist, just working and drawing things that I saw around me, and oftentimes copying comics that I liked. And so I started my interest really in art with comics, and really the instigator of my love of art probably started with comics. And so I started drawing things and loving to draw, and then that evolved into just loving to make art. And so as a teenager, I started taking my art a little more seriously. I initially went to college with an intention to be an architect. My mom's a math teacher. I'm good at drawing, and I thought it was an obvious choice for me. But as I went to school, I decided that I just wanted to make art. And so I went to College Park, and I got my bachelor's degree there, learned how to make art, fell in love with printmaking, and did a lot of printmaking, a lot of painting, and a lot of sculpture, lots of different things. And so I really hadn't found my voice, but I'd always maintained my love of comics and science fiction and things like that. So when I graduated from college, I went out, and just like any other student that has an art degree, struggling to look for work, trying to figure out how I'm going to make money. I moved back to the Eastern Shore. I started doing some things locally to exhibit, and I worked at the local newspaper doing page layout and design and things like that. And so as I was doing that, I was also thinking about what my next step would be. How am I going to continue my artistic career, and what am I going to do? And so I started thinking about comics and how I could do that. And this is interesting because eventually I'll come back full circle to this, because I wanted to find a school that I could go to study and make comics that would help me pursue that passion. There weren't many schools available to me to do that. And so one of the schools I went to look at was in New Jersey. And I'm not going to name the school, but it's a very well-known school in New Jersey. And it does not offer a degree. It doesn't offer a bachelor's degree. It doesn't offer a master's degree. It's a certificate program. And it's not cheap. And so I went up there to look at this school, and I realized that they, in many ways, were just capitalizing on the dreams of people looking to get into comics. And so I was very disheartened. I walked away from that with no intentions of going to that school, and then trying to figure out what I'm going to do. And so then I just decided I'm just going to start applying to graduate schools. And College Park was my obvious choice, because I knew the instructors there, I knew how it worked, and so I applied to College Park. I got into College Park in the graduate school and got my MFA from College Park. And it was in printmaking again. And while I was there, I worked with, again, some of the same instructors that I had worked with previously. Margot Humphrey, who's an acclaimed African-American printmaker. David Driscoll, who's also an acclaimed African-American printmaker, artist, and art historian. Jim Forbes, who is a printmaker. James Thorpe, who is a printmaker. W.C. Richardson. So all of these artists I worked with, I garnered as much information from them as possible, and I really tried to find my own way in the art world. And so I started doing more things in comics, and this is all on the side, working with a guy in Chicago, doing independent comics and things like that. That's my first comic convention was in Chicago at the Comic-Con there. I forget what it was called when I went there, but it eventually has turned into the large con that's in Chicago right now. And so that was actually my first con, working with this independent studio out of Chicago. And so I was still doing comics and still had an interest in comics, but I was going through graduate school at the time and figuring out what I was going to do there too. And again, there was this huge separation in the world of fine arts and the world of comics. The world of fine arts looked down on comics. They didn't respect comics. And ironically, in the last 20 years, that's really changed. But when I was going to school for art, that was the case. And so I found that I needed to, kind of do the comics over here and then have kind of two artistic lives, if that makes sense. And so I continued doing that. I got my degree, my MFA. I was working for a company in DC. I've had a weird kind of journey to get to UMES. I was working for a company out of DC that worked with galleries and museums and things like that, and I was an art handler, was my title. And so I would go all up and down the East Coast, moving art, installing art, handling art. And so it was fun for a while, but I quickly decided after I got my MFA that I can't do this much longer. I had gotten married while I was in graduate school, and I was like, I like seeing the art, I like handling the art, because I've handled millions of dollars of art in this job. And so it was really an interesting job, but it wasn't a permanent job. And so I was looking for some sort of permanence, some sort of way to kind of build my life. And so I started looking at teaching. I had my MFA. I applied to PG Community College. I talked to people at SU, and I talked to friends of mine at UMES. Thankfully, UMES and SU said that they would like to have me to teach, and so I moved down here. When I moved down here, then PG Community College called me and offered me a job. So it would have completely changed the course of my career if I'd stayed up there probably, but who knows what would have happened. So I came down here. I started teaching adjunct both at UMES and at SU, and I quickly decided I liked the students at UMES. I mean, I love the students at UMES. I really enjoyed teaching at UMES. And so I kept teaching more and more classes for the Department of Fine Art. At this point, they were building their applied design program, which at that time had commercial photography, graphic illustration, and commercial ceramics. And so I built probably 75% of the courses used for graphic illustration, and many of those were also used for the commercial photography program. So I built them, taught them myself for the first time as an adjunct. And so I taught computer graphics 1 and 2, illustration 1, 2, and 3. I started an anatomy course for artists. And so I really started teaching a lot, and I loved it. I stopped teaching at SU altogether. And so I just stayed at UMES and worked and worked and worked and worked and taught and taught and taught. And I was continuing to make art and play with comics, submitting things to the major companies, submitting samples to major companies, trying to figure out how I could get my foot in the door. And so, it was a beginning, and it evolved into, what I have now. And so eventually what we ended up doing at UMES in our art department is that the commercial ceramics dropped. We never had a student in commercial ceramics. It wasn't a viable major. And so immediately, that kind of fell off. And so I was teaching all of these classes, and I was talking to students, and they loved comics too. They loved comics, they loved anime, they loved manga. And so this is where my kind of full circle comes. I had this kind of aha moment. I'm like, why can't I teach courses to these kids about comics? And so I proposed it to Mr. Satchel, and I was like, how about, can I run like some experimental courses in sequential arts? And Mr. Satchel said yes. And so we started off just teaching 2 or 3 experimental courses in sequential arts. And that first little, group, that first little squad of kids was fantastic. In that was Josh and Matt Shockley, who have gone on to create PLB Comics and create the Ocean City Comic-Con. And so I took them to their first comic book conventions. They'd never, I don't even know if they left the Eastern Shore. And so I took them to their first Comic-Cons. We took them to New York City for their first time in their lives. Mr. Harrington worked really hard to find Matt Shockley an internship in New York at the Museum of Comic Art in Manhattan. And Matt lived with Mr. Harrington's mother in New York and did an internship up there. And so it was a really great experience for those guys. It was a really great experience for me, and that's when I decided I'm going to start a concentration. And so I started a concentration, and my idea and my thinking was, this is something that I wanted as a kid, and I can offer here. It's viable, it's cheap, it's touching a community that loves comics and anime and manga, and I'm giving kids an opportunity that wouldn't probably have had that chance. And so that's kind of my journey at UMES, and since 2009, when I started the sequential arts concentration, it's been building and building and growing and growing. And so right now, it's probably the highest enrolled major in the department. It's certainly very active, and we do lots and lots of stuff, and I'm yielding and fielding students from all over, everywhere, that are coming to UMES when they find out about it. My biggest challenge has been finding a way to let people know about the program, because I constantly get, questions about when did this start? Why didn't I know about this? And so that's been my constant frustration, is getting people to know about the program so that they can come here. And so as I built my kind of academic career, my working career, I was also building my art career. And so I was going to conventions with the students. And so what I would normally do is I'd buy the students a table or two through the university, and then I would buy my own table, and I would exhibit with the students. And so the students would have 1 or 2 tables beside me, which would be University of Maryland Eastern Shore, and then I would work as well. And so I would just network, and that's when I just started networking and showing my work to professionals and editors and art editors and writers and other artists. And that's when things started happening in that weird little world of comics for me. And so we were in probably the bigger break that I had was in Wizard World, Philadelphia, which we did consistently for years and years and years. It was in 2015. I'd started doing sketch cards, which I didn't even know what they were, little trading card size drawings, and selling them at cons on a suggestion from a local collector. He said, you should start doing little, at that point they were called personal sketch cards or art, I forget what they were called, something weird. And so you should start doing those and then selling those at conventions. And so I started. And so I had a little binder full of these. And a guy came up to my table and he liked my work a lot, and he was flipping through everything on my table, and he was really excited. And he said, I'd like to get you to work for me. And I was like, okay. He was like, I'm an art director at Topps Trading Cards. I said, okay. Whenever someone approaches me at the table, I've learned to be very skeptical. You get a lot of weird people that approach you at Comic-Cons. Thousands and thousands of people approach you at Comic-Cons. Some of them just want to buy things. Some of them want you to do things for free. Some of them want to try to figure out how to get you to do things for very little bits of money. And so you have to kind of separate those into those categories. And it's a very weird kind of environment that you work in. And so at a Comic-Con, you're fielding people from all parts of life, all areas of life. And so you're constantly having to judge and figure out, kind of gauge these people. And so immediately my mind kind of threw up a red flag. And I was like, okay, this guy may be legit or he may be not. And so he said, I work at Topps. And then he said to me, have you ever heard of Star Wars? And I'm like, what do you, that's the silliest thing I think I've ever heard. I've always been a huge Star Wars fan, and I had Star Wars art on the table. And I said, yeah, obviously. And so he said, I'd like you to work on the Star Wars license for us. And I said, okay, that would be good. And so he said, by the end of the day, he took my card, by the end of the day, I'll have my art director contact you, and we'll send you some cards to do. And I had no idea what he was talking about, no idea what he meant. And so I had to, check my email. My family was with me. Oftentimes my family will travel with me. So it's a weird mix of my family and UMES students. And so in many ways, my UMES students just kind of become incorporated into my family. And so I have, my wife, my kids, my mother, and 5 UMES kids. And we'll be in Philadelphia for the weekend together. And so, we were all decompressing after the con, and I was hesitant to tell anybody about this whole thing because I wasn't sure what it was, where it would go, and I didn't want anybody to have some sort of real hopeful expectations, and then me tell them later, yeah, nothing happened. And so I told them, kind of dialing it back a little bit. I was like, this guy came from Topps, and he wants me to work for him. And I said, we'll see what happens. And so they said, oh, that's cool. And I got the email from an art director. And, at first I'm looking at the email. It's like, is that a legitimate email? It's Topps.com. Yeah, it seems legitimate. There's no hyphen. There's no dot, extra, whatever. And so they were like, yeah, we want you to do sketch cards for the next set, which I think was Journey. No. That was Chrome Perspectives was my first set. And so Star Wars Chrome Perspectives, and they said, we're going to send you 100 cards. And I was like, that's a lot. And you have like 2 months to do them. And I was like, wow, that is a lot. And the pay wasn't good, but what the stipulation was, if you do 100, you get 13 cards that you get to keep for yourself and sell for yourself. And so I said, I guess that's good. And so I started doing these cards, and I really didn't know what they were when I started doing them. And so, what they are is if you go to Walmart or Target and they have a box of Star Wars trading cards there, one of those boxes maybe have one sketch in it by an artist that Topps hires. So it could be mine, it could be like one of 50 other artists from around the world. And so, they're a super rare collectible that people want. And I didn't know that. And they actually get my drawing, and I had no idea what I was getting into, because I hadn't bought trading cards. I hadn't bought trading cards since I was probably 15. I hadn't bought Star Wars trading cards since probably 1984 when Return of the Jedi was out. And so that's not true. I had bought some Star Wars Galaxy cards in the probably late 80s, early 90s. So I had no idea what the business was about. And so that offered me a foot into this weird little world of licensed artworks and working for companies and working with different licenses and learning how all of that works out. And so I did, several sets that first year for Star Wars and Topps. I did Chrome Perspectives, High Tech, Journey to the Force Awakens. So the Force Awakens was hadn't been released yet, and so this was supposed to be a lead into that big new movie. And so I thought, oh, they're going to send me like sneak peek stuff. No, they didn't send me anything. And so that's one thing that I learned immediately. They're really tight. Lucasfilm specifically is super tight. Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
That's all right.
I'm really interested in how, to what extent the sequential arts program prepares students for that licensing, like how much you sort of teach them to be aware of that and to look out for certain things
Yeah,
and
yeah.
prepare their careers that way.
That's a constant talk. And we have a constant talk, a constant ongoing discussion about copyright and licensing and things like that, because students come in from this mindset of the internet, and everything's on the internet, and if you can have it on the internet and you can find it on the internet, it's no big deal. And so they don't see that things are owned by certain people or certain companies. And so that's a constant discussion that I have to have with them, that, you have to be mindful of who owns the copyright to that original artwork that you're looking at right now, or that photograph that you're using as a reference, or, that drawing that you're doing of Batman, that's a copyrighted character, and so that's a copyright infringement. And so you have to be super mindful of that. And I've learned obviously more about it in the last few years myself. And so I constantly am teaching them and talking to them about that. And they don't necessarily get it at first, but I try to kind of get it through to them as nicely as possible. But for example, this semester, I'm teaching computer graphics for the first time in probably 7 years. So I was the only person that taught computer graphics at UMES probably for 15 years. The first batch of Mac computers that we had at UMES, I maintained all of those myself. So I had like 15 computers in the art department that I maintained, updated, and took care of myself. IT did not do anything with the computers. And so I haven't taught computer graphics in like 7 years. And so this semester I'm teaching computer graphics again. Sorry, I got off on a tangent. And I was telling my students, I said, look, we got to be really mindful of some things in this class, because we're going to be doing computer graphics. And in many ways, you're going to think that you can grab images off the internet and use those. And I said, you can't. And they looked at me like I was an alien. And I said, you can't do that. I said, you have to bear in mind that anything that you pull off the internet is owned by someone else. And if you use it in making your art, that is a potential liability, a potential legal issue. So the only way you're ever safe as an artist is if you need to use a reference, you make your own reference. You take a photo of someone, you have someone pose for you, but if you have to draw someone's face, if you take just any photo off the internet, that could eventually become a liability. And the one student I was talking to said, well, what about if I said, no. And then he thought again, what about if I did this? No. What about if no, if you take, anything like that, you have to be mindful that is, that's potentially an illegal situation. That's a legal issue. And there's many cases that you can cite them and talk to them. The most recent one involved Andy Warhol and a work he did about Prince. And the original photographer sued, and they've won. And now the art world is freaking out, because they're like, all right, if that can happen, anything can happen. And you're like, yeah, it can, because, basically anything Andy Warhol did at this point could be called illegal, because he just took references from wherever he wanted it and made screen prints of them and made thousands of copies of those. And yeah, that could be problematic. And so the other good instance that everybody's familiar with is Shepard Fairey and the Obama image, the Obama Hope image. Shepard Fairey took a photograph of Barack Obama that was done by an AP photographer. He made that famous Hope image that was used everywhere, everywhere. And he wasn't truthful in how he told people that he got that image or used that image. And so the photographer sued him and he won. And so you just have to be very, very careful. And so I'm constantly telling students, you know, all right, if we go to a con and you sell a print of a Pokemon character, that's probably not going to be a problem. But you need to know that that technically is probably illegal. And that at some point in your career, you have to stop doing that, or you need to find a way to work on those licensed characters. So it's constant. That's a constant thing that I have to teach my kids. So yeah, it's interesting. Any other questions? Anything?
I came in late, but I do have a question.
Yes.
I don't know much about this stuff, but just from what I gathered from what you're saying. So basically, if someone that I know takes a photo of me, okay, and they do something with it, some kind of art, whatever, and they personally take the photo, they're okay with what they're doing.
Yes.
If somebody else takes the photo and they do something with it, and the person that took the photo wants to be like, no, that's where the problem arises.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, I'm just trying to make sure I was clear on what you're, okay.
So basically a copyright, there's all kind, and again, I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not going to say I am. But the basic premise is that whoever originally makes that work owns the copyright. It doesn't have to be an official thing. That if they can point to the instance that they created it, if it's documented in any way, even if it's posted on social media, you know, if they can say, I took that photograph and you did a painting of it and you owe me money if you monetize that. And so you have to be super careful. And the no-brainers are like pictures of celebrities.
Gotcha.
Because those that's a no-brainer. You know, if you take a picture of Beyonce that you just randomly found on the internet and make thousands of t-shirts, that's illegal. And they could slap you with a cease and desist order whenever they wanted to.
But if I personally take a picture of her and do it, I'm okay because I took the picture. Other than her saying you can't be making a bunch of money on me.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. That's
okay.
a whole
nother area.
That's a whole
okay.
nother legal
I was
issue,
just making sure I was understanding what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So
okay.
yeah. And again, my colleague Mr. Hernandez, and this is something we've talked about. Alvin Hernandez is a new faculty member. And he actually kind of has investigated this and has taught a course in this, copyright and things like that. And that's something I would like to eventually offer to our students. But right now, both of us are teaching too many classes and we can't even think about that. But yeah, it's an interesting kind of Pandora's box that once you crack it open, it can be really troublesome. Yeah.
I had a quick question, Brad,
Yeah.
about your printmaking.
Uh-huh.
So can you tell me a little bit more about that? I don't know anything about printmaking.
So printmaking, so I took a class from, my first printmaking class was from Margot Humphrey. Margot Humphrey, as I said, is a world-renowned African-American printmaker. And I was blessed to have taken that course from her, and she taught lithography. Now, so printmaking, in fine art printmaking, is different from commercial printmaking in many aspects. But what I learned from her was lithography. And lithography is a planographic, it's a flat printmaking process based on the mutual resistance of oil and water. And so the initial person that created that process is a man named Cinefelder. And so he created it so he could, he was a German playwright and music writer. And he created it so that he could reproduce his artwork, or his screenplays and his music that he made. And so it was based originally on limestone slabs You draw on the limestone slab with a greasy crayon or ink. Then you treat it with acid and roll it up in ink. And basically the premise is the oil-based ink, once it's introduced to the stone, then you dampen the whole plate, and then you roll it with oil-based ink. And so that whole mutual and resistance of oil and water, that old people always say, like oil and water, there's something to that, and there's a whole art form based on it. And so that's what I learned from her. So you would draw your image in a litho crayon or litho-based ink. Then you would treat it chemically, and then you would roll it up in water and then roll it up in oil-based ink. And so the ink would only be attracted to the greasy materials that you've introduced to the plates. And so that's what I learned from her. And so that's just a way of printmaking. And so printmaking started, as a way of artists making more money, as opposed to just selling one painting. They could do a print and sell multiple copies of that. And so, there's a whole history there of printmaking, but that's what I learned from her. And then I started doing aluminum plate lithography with her. And then I learned from Forbes and Thorpe. They helped me with wood blocks and lino cuts, and I did a lot of relief printing and a lot of litho. And so that's something I like to do again, and I teach printmaking, and when I do it, I really love it. But I don't have a lot of time to do that, and it takes time. Litho specifically is probably the most complicated and labor-intensive of the processes. And so that's one that my MFA is in printmaking. I did that because of Margot, because she taught me lithography, but she also taught me that you can tell stories with your work. And this is my way of kind of slipping in my love of comics in the kind of snobby fine art world. And so she taught me, she told stories. She told stories about her family and her heritage and her history with her prints. And so I'm like, well, if we're talking about telling stories, then that's comics, right? And so I figured, I like the process. I like what she does with it. And so that's why I kind of work with her so much. And so that way I learned I can tell stories. I can create a whole narrative and create an artwork that is like a comic, but it's not. It's palatable to the kind of snooty art world. But the irony is now that if you go to New York and any of the high-end galleries, they're all sampling things from pop culture now. They're all sampling things from anime and manga and comics. And 20 years ago, that was kind of trash art. You know what I mean? So it's all kind of very ironic. But that's what printmaking is, and I love it dearly. And I've learned I don't do much screen printing. There are certain processes I don't do much. I don't do much etching. So I teach my students, normally I teach them monoprints, wood cuts, dry points, and then we do a version of lithography. You have a question?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh God. So about the copyright thing again, with certain things like, say like if you were putting out a comic, like a licensed comic from Marvel, and you used an actor's likeness for a character, like basically like with how for Nick Fury, when in Marvel comic, in the Ultimate Marvel comics, his likeness was modeled after Samuel L. Jackson.
Right.
So, but it could also be argued that they just used him as a reference. So can it also be dicey in that regard?
Yes, yes, it can. And the interesting thing is, for example, I do work for Upper Deck, and they own the Marvel license. And so I've done bunches and bunches of Marvel cards. And it's weird because a lot of them, the sets that they'll release, are obvious tie-ins to movies. All right? but they specifically say in your contract that you get, do not reference any of those people from those movies. So I can draw Thor, but I can't draw Chris Hemsworth as Thor. Because there's some sort of legality that they've worked out where if you use their image, they're going to get paid for it. They're going to get, monetarily compensated for their image. And so you have to be very careful with that. And so, even though, the Ultimate Nick Fury, in the Ultimate series, Nick Fury was an African-American character. They created that character as a black character first, and then cast him as Nick Fury in the movies. So I don't think, as long as you're not drawing Nick Fury's likeness, you're fine. But if you start drawing Nick Fury's likeness, I think if they wanted to, there could be a problem. And so it's very specific for me, though, in all my contracts that I receive. Do not draw any of these actors or their likenesses, even though this is an obvious tie-in to that movie. Even though on the back of the card that I sign, it's got pictures of those actors from the film. For example, Thor Ragnarok, right? I did a set for that movie. On the back, they've got pictures, publicity pictures from that movie, but I can't draw those people.
That's not a you thing, that's a them thing.
That's a them thing, and they've already paid them for that likeness. See what I mean? That's a publicity photo that they've already paid them for that likeness. But if you draw them, then it's a whole nother issue. And so I do that, and that's all the time with Marvel, right? But there's something different, and again, I don't know all the legalities of it with Star Wars, is you're told you have to try to get the likenesses of those actors correct. And if you don't, those cards could get rejected. And so, yeah, so, and all of my cards that I draw, that touches on another point, they have to be approved by the license holder. So even though I'm drawing for Topps, those cards then get scanned. So when I do a set of cards, I draw them, scan them, I send my scans to Topps. Topps then sends scans to Lucasfilms. And Lucasfilms then looks through my cards and says yes or no. And same thing with Upper Deck. Even though I'm working for Upper Deck, Marvel eventually owns the license, and they have the say-so if your work is used or not. And so, if I drew Chris Hemsworth as Thor, I know it's going to get rejected. I know it's going to, and they'll literally, Upper Deck's very harsh. They will literally send you your scans back, and there's giant red X's. Giant red X's. And it's just so disheartening. But thankfully, I've not gotten, I've literally gotten I've done probably over 5,000 sketch cards, and I've gotten maybe a half dozen rejected. So, and it's just because I know at this point what they want, and I know what can get me in trouble, and it's that's the game that you play when you play with these big companies. And that's one thing that I try to, as a working artist, that's one thing that I try to stress to them, is that you want to work for these companies. Most people do, and when you play that game, you need to know that those are rules that you have to follow. And so, for example, if a student wants to show a portfolio to a major company of their characters, do not change the appearance of those characters. Don't change your costume. Don't put your own spin on it. They want to see what their characters look like. You know what I mean? And they own that license. They own that character, and they're very protective of that because it's their money. That's their money. You know what I mean? And so they don't want anybody messing with their money. And so that's one thing that I've learned in the last 7 years, that you gotta you know, once you get in that arena, you got to play ball with them. You know what I mean? And recently, there's been a big stir up at Topps because Topps has been bought by Fanatics. And I don't know exactly what's been going on, but Lucasfilms is now looking at social media pages and websites of artists that they hire. And so if you have anything on that website that they don't like, they'll tell you take it down. And you know, if you want to work with them, take it down. So you take it down. So specifically relating to the licenses in most instances. So if you have an artwork, you know, that you've done that's unlicensed. So for example, these two images here, this is licensed, that's unlicensed, right? So that's not been approved by DC Comics, right? That's a painting that's not approved. I just did it for a show at UMES. I had what was it? It was Batman's birthday or something like that. I used it as a way to get high school students involved with our program. I had sponsored a Batman art show and had high school students submit Batman-themed art and give them prizes and things like that. And so this is a painting that I did for that show. So this isn't licensed. This is licensed. This was for Star Wars Celebration. And this is the gold ring that I've been chasing for the last few years. So Star Wars Celebration is the biggest Star Wars convention in the world, right? Literally like hundreds, maybe 100,000 people go to it. And it rotates around different places. And so as a licensed artist, which is what I'm considered, now some people take advantage of that thing. I'm not going to say I'm an official Star Wars artist. No. Do I work under the license? Yes. And so my work has been licensed for Lucasfilms, for Disney. And so because of that, every year when the Star Wars Celebration comes up, I can apply to their art show. They have an art show. It's very competitive, super, super competitive. And so there's 2 cuts that they make going into it. So anybody that's worked under the license can submit work for consideration. And then there's a cut, and then they say, all right, you can now create a unique artwork for the show. And we're going to use that then to make another cut, and that's the final cut. And so I kind of went into it blindly. First year in, I'm like, yeah, I'll do it. And so made the first cut, and I made the second cut and got my work in the show. And so since then, I've not got in. So it's kind of comparable to like first at bat hitting a home run in your major leagues, and then you're constantly chasing that. This is a licensed artwork. It's all been approved by Lucasfilms. I can never reproduce this again for money. I can reproduce this artwork for promotion and things like that, but I have a limited amount of these prints that were sold at Star Wars Celebration, and then the remainder of that limited edition I've been selling at cons. So this is an official print. This is not, and so you need to. That's kind of a weird thing that you need to understand. That this is a licensed work. So this has all been approved by Lucasfilms. This is not. So if you have anything unlicensed on your website, so if I have a painting that I did just for fun or for an exhibition, and I have prints for sale on my website, Lucasfilm would tell me to take that down. That's not licensed. You can't sell that. And so
But if you have that on your website.
if I have this on my website, it's fine, because this has already been approved by Lucasfilms. They've got their money on this image. They own that image, basically. They could use that image anytime they wanted. And so that's fine. Any of my cards that I do for them is fine to post on my website. But
like if you have this on your website, and is it Warner Brothers?
yeah, if they wanted to tell me to take it down, they could. Yeah, they could.
If they were looking for it.
Yeah, if they were looking for it. But now Lucasfilms looking for it. Yeah. So I went through all my social media and all my Etsy. I'm like, I've sold like one thing on Etsy. I'm like, oh my God, is there something on Etsy? So I went through everything and took everything down that might have been a problem. So this is a weird world that I've started working in, and it's good for the students in that I can then help them, you know what I mean, and tell them, because nobody told me anything about that. Nobody taught me anything like that. Nobody. And I'm not discrediting College Park. College Park is a fine art department. They teach you to make art that you feel good about, and it's a very touchy-feely sort of thing. And that's legitimate, but they're not telling you about licenses and copyrights and things like that.
So, I know we're running, oh, thank you. I know we're sort of at the end of our time, but you bring up something that's really, really interesting, is the different kinds of careers that something like a fine arts program would prepare their students for versus something like this, which seems much more, democratized, but also accessible.
Yes.
Like, what are the odds of somebody becoming, the next Basquiat in,
Right.
That world versus, somebody approaching you at a table and saying, hey.
Exactly. So that's the whole point of what we built at UMES. Before, I think it was maybe 2000, 2002, when the Applied Design Program got approved. Before that, it was just an art education program. And so we were teaching kids to be art teachers. And so when we created our program, one of the things we wanted to do is make a program that will prepare students so that they can actually maybe make some money when they graduate. Because in most cases, it's kind of understood, if you go to art school, that you probably aren't going to make a lot of money. And that terrible joke of, the starving artist, and everybody says, ha, 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 starving artist. It's not funny. It's really not. It's not funny at all. It's not funny. Nothing funny about it. Oh, you won't make money until you die. That's not funny. That's not a joke. It's real. And so, one of the things we had to do is, we had to look at other programs in the system. We couldn't duplicate anything within the system. But we didn't want to do that anyway. We wanted to create something new. And so they created the Applied Design Program with the intention that we're going to train kids to make art, but we're also going to give them skills and knowledge that will allow them to make some money and hopefully be marketable. And so that's what I tell my students constantly. You got to be marketable. Students will come in and they again, it's very sensitive, and I don't want to draw with the color pencils. I just want to draw with a graphite pencil. And you can't say that. That's not a thing. You know what I mean? The analogy I constantly used with students is that's like saying a carpenter, this carpenter over here, Joe, only knows how to use a Phillips head screwdriver. He doesn't know how to use a hammer. He doesn't know how to use a saw. He doesn't know how to use a flathead screwdriver. He knows how to use a Phillips head screwdriver. That's what you're saying to me. I just want to use a pencil. You can't do that. If you want to be marketable, you got to know how to do oil paintings. You got to know how to work on the computer. You have to know InDesign, Photoshop, Illustrator. You have to know all that stuff so that when you go out there, when somebody says to you, oh, I want you to do this, you don't say to them, I don't know how to do that. You know what I mean? You can't, that's not, our field is not the one that you can say that. You can't be, picky and I don't do, portraits in oil. You better learn how to do a portrait in oil because somebody might want to pay you $1,000 to do a portrait in oil. You know what I mean? And so that's something I'm constantly talking to my kids about. And if you're making art for a company, whether it be DC or, some local mom and pop place, you're making art for them. And if they don't like it, that becomes a problem. And so there's this whole thing about, making work, and, there's this personal, my art, and I want to make my art for me. Okay, then you're going to go out there and not get money, because most people are not going to pay you to make art for you. You know what I mean? So it's a constant thing that I talk with my students about. And I understand, again, I understand all of that. You know what I mean? I understand wanting to make art for you. And you can do that. But to make money, in most cases, you're going to have to make art for somebody else. It's funny now, my daughter is coming to UMES. She's a freshman. She's an art major. It was weird. It is weird. And so, you know, she said, I think I'll go to UMES. I said, fine, that's fine. That's great. You know, she said, I mean, she thought about College Park. She thought about other schools in the system. She's like, why don't I just go to UMES? I was like, that's fine. Do whatever you want. I didn't want to tell her what to do. And she was going, oh, I'm going to be a history teacher or a history major. That's fine, whatever you want, you know, whatever you want. And because she loves history and she loves the idea of history and thinking, learning about cultures. And she reminds me a lot of myself because I had a lot of that interest, and I still do. And so I said, that's fine, do whatever you want, you know what I mean? Get your degree at UMES and then think about grad school wherever you want to go, all right? And then you're going to foot the bill for grad school. Dad's got bachelor's covered. And so then she's like, I think I want to be an art major. I was like, oh my God. I was like, oh my God. And so she's an art major. And I think it really disappointed Dr. Stevenson because he was like, yes, she's a history major. No, she changed. And now, so she's saying to me, I don't want to do anything but art. But how do I make money as an artist? I said, what you need to do is you need to find what you love and then figure out how to sell it. Because if you love drawing this stuff, whatever it is, if it's comics or anime or manga or kitty cats, you need to make that. Because if you make something with the intention of just making it, you don't love it, you don't care about it, just to sell it, that doesn't work. I've never found that to work. So what you need to do is make art that you love to make and sell, learn how to sell that and find the market for that. And, you know, realize that there are going to be compromises along the way, right? But if you love to make comics, there's no need to say, but to make money, I'm going to paint boats. Because that's what my grandmother always used to tell me. You know, you could paint, Brad, you could make paintings of boats and water and fish and ducks, and they would really sell. I was like, yeah, they probably would. But that's not what I wanted. You know, that's not what I wanted to do. And so that's the trick in art, is making art that you love, making it about things that you love, but then learning how to market that and where to sell it and how to sell it.
That sounds like the perfect scene. Conclusion.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Questions, comments? Brad, thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
That was
Thank you.
so
Thank
great.
you. Are we good?